All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, November 18th. We'll begin today with the Pledge of Allegiance. You have the roll call, please.
Supervisor Groom, Supervisor Horsley.
Here.
Supervisor Slocum.
Here.
Supervisor Tissier. President Pine.
Here. Thank you. So we'll begin the meeting, as always, with public comment. This is an opportunity for people to speak to items that are not on the agenda or are listed on the consent agenda or included on the county manager report or board members' reports. I do have a number of speaker cards. So what I'd like to do is first hear from Martin Fox and Teresa Dyer. And in addition, we have some folks from the California Clubhouse. That item is on the consent agenda, and we probably go ahead and hear from them as well. And then we do have, of course, some speaker cards from SEIU, and we'll take those after we complete these. So, Mr. Fox.
Good morning, President Pine, members of the board, my fellow veterans, Supervisor Slocum and Mr. Balpe, and County Council and Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county. Please vote to implement Laura's Law now. Since the last time you met in regular session, the voters passed Prop 47 and reduced the number of tools available to persuade offenders to enter treatment programs. And the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors also voted to implement Laura's Law, but only after Matthew Coleman of Mendocino County Land Trust died on August 11th, 2011. Fort Bragg City Councilman Jerry Mello died on August 27th, 2011. And their mentally ill assailant Aaron Bassler died in a hail of law enforcement bullets after a month-long manhunt on October 1st, 2011. Laura's Law has now been adopted by 7 counties, including Los Angeles County, Orange County, Placer County, Yolo County, Nevada County, and even San Francisco. The immoral and inhumane policies and procedures that this county's health system uses to place persons living with mental illness who do not believe they are sick at risk of serious injury and death demonstrate deliberate indifference to the health and safety of their family members, our nurses and law enforcement officers. Our psychiatric nurses' complaints of violence that you discussed on September 30th were just like the violence they previously experienced in 2010 and again last year. More serious injuries like John Jacob Berger's mother suffered, and the deaths of people like Yanira Serrano, Errol Chang, Robert Chano, Edgar Aristando are inevitable as long as the health system's voluntary treatment-only policies and procedures are allowed to terrorize family members. Please make San Mateo County's mental health treatment policies more effective, efficient, and humane by voting to implement Laura's Law and protect us from a health system that has enabled the shooting deaths of 4 of the last 6 persons involved in fatal confrontations with armed law enforcement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa Dyer. Also, just for the benefit of the audience, Mr. Fox and Mr. Dyer testified at the beginning of each of our meetings, just for your background. Ms. Dyer.
Good morning, County Supervisors and staff. I attended the Veterans Summit at the Crown Plaza, where Warren Slocum gave the opening statement. He said, and I quote, "As an 18-year-old, getting off the plane in Vietnam was quite an experience, and no one was to be left behind." Well, my nephew, James Bannicky, was in Vietnam and was shot out of a helicopter, left for dead. But he survived. He was, I am a Korean veteran, and I too was left behind, but not by combat troops. It was the San Mateo County family court system. And you, Mr. Slocum, know that because of the letter I found in the court files, which all the county supervisors have signed, have a copy, by the judge indicating wrongdoing. Yet you sit here pretending to serve the public and the veterans. Tell Wagstaff to return my call, or I will file a complaint to the FBI. He is in no position to select what crimes to investigate and which ones he chooses not to.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. And we have one other speaker before we turn to California Clubhouse. That's Catherine O'Malley, if she's here.
This is on the right to privacy. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I look for is an honest cup of coffee. Then I look for an honest television network, newspaper, for an honest news communique, and I rely on it. But if my health and privacy as a county dweller and patient are jeopardized by an insolent set of circumstances, from social and medical networkings and respective in-house computer system which are compromised or malpracticed by either giddiness, gossip, or a government's lack of 2020 foresight, I know I will have to keep looking hard and fast. A government search, meaning a clear platform of confident county airtight policies of sound, ethical medical staffs, including doctors, nurses, LCSWs, and their city and county computer systems with even more confident in-house firewalls. Systems can be accessed by privateers, city, state, local, or federal authorities, and then catastrophically by renegade-affiliated information paper pushers far and wide, two-wheeling, double-dealing daredevils. They hack, hijack with a lack of foresight of ethics on every level, every floor of any government building. Prop 45 and 6 are on the books, but the slothful long arm of the law unwritten pays a toll to no one and charges us to the max, assuming immunity, and yet they deem me to have a chemical imbalance. I'll keep looking for an honest answer because nothing else is acceptable, nor governmentally practical. My name is Catherine M. Geary, liaison, freelance, volunteer civilian Peace Corps, domestic, and I was adopted and my records are on the loose.
Thank you, Ms. O'Malley. You can feel free to contact me if I can be of assistance to you. And we now have two speakers from California Clubhouse before we proceed with the SIU speakers. So we have, first, Mr. Malpe, you may want to just say a word about California Clubhouse.
Mr. President, members of the board, when I mentioned that we had had a previous meeting with the California Clubhouse and I was intending to bring back an ATR at this meeting for your approval, I think I mentioned the sum of about $80,000 in discussions back and forth with representatives of the clubhouse. The figures have been refined a little bit, and that's reflected in the ATR before you, and I recommend your approval.
And that's part of our consent calendar, but we had the two speakers from California Clubhouse who wanted to say a couple words.
Hi, yeah. We just wanted to thank you. I'm Juliana Furbringer, and I've been living in San Mateo County happily for 30 years. And I'm here today as the founder of Clubhouse, and which is a program of recovery for people with serious mental illness. And I'm really here more as a mother representing other mothers and families to thank you for your support for California Clubhouse. And I want to thank you, Supervisor Horsley, Carol Groom, who's not here, Supervisor Pine, Supervisor Tissier, and Supervisor Slocum, and also County Manager Malpe for going out, taking your time to go to Putnam and see what the model was doing there and how we can bring that here to our county. Thank you so much for that. And I had first heard about Clubhouse in a NAMI class when my son, who was attending Stanford University at the time, got hit with serious mental illness and was hospitalized. My life, his life, our lives changed forever at this time. It was painful, it was confusing, and it was never going to get any better. When I heard about Clubhouse, I could see hope. There was a model there that might be of value to him because it is an opportunity for people like my son, all ages, all situations, whether they're isolated at home, struggling to stay out of the hospital or jail, afraid to go back to school or to work, just people wanting to get productive again and have a place to belong. That's what Clubhouse is. I was able then to meet with a Clubhouse mentor, Ruth Parson, for a year. We talked on the phone. I met with these guys over here from the county and other service providers in order to tell them about Clubhouse, see what it's all about. And in April of 2013, we held our first official meeting. And so now we're here today to thank you for this support and putting us in this home stretch where we'll be able to open fully very shortly. We're very appreciative, and we look forward to coming back soon with members to tell you our stories of changed lives.
Thank you.
Good morning, President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Baltme, Mr. Beers. I'm Paula Kravitz. I'm on the board of California Clubhouse. I'm also director at the Skoll Foundation in Palo Alto, where I get to work with some of the most innovative nonprofits globally. We look for what works, what's expanding, and what's making a significant difference. And when Juliana approached me as a friend to look into the California Clubhouse model, I could see that it hit every mark. And even though I work full-time, I decided to moonlight and join this team that is bringing California Clubhouse to our county. With your support, we know we will have the chance to work alongside so many other individuals and institutions that are doing brilliant work in this county. As you know, there are 350 clubhouses in 33 countries all over the world, with new ones opening every year. Not only will we have our own clubhouse here, but we'll have access to the energy and the ideas of a vast network within Clubhouse International, all dedicated to helping people regain their lives. On a personal note, I have never had the opportunity to work with my local government in this capacity, aside from voting and parking tickets. I've been so incredibly impressed with just the accessibility and the responsiveness of every member of the board, Mr. Maltby, and of course, Steve Kaplan and his team at BHRS. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you for your comments. We are all very excited about the future of Clubhouse, and we're inspired by the passion you've brought to it. Not a lot happens in the world without a lot of passion, and you've been incredible leaders for your children and for other people with mental health challenges. So we are very excited and look forward to hearing how things develop. Okay, I now have 3 speaker cards, and I don't know if there are any others from SEIU, IHSS. And I don't know if there's any particular order individuals like to speak. We're privileged today to have with us Mary Kay Henry, who is the national president, and Louis Blue, the California president, and Ms. Tanya York. And we'd be happy to give you some extra time to speak if you need that. So again, I don't know if there's any particular order you'd like to speak. Otherwise, I guess I'd suggest we start with Mary Kay Henry. Okay, this must be Ms. York? Or Ms. Henry?
Miss York.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Tanya York, and I serve as Vice President of the Home Care Chapter of SEIU Local 521. Our union represents 15,000 home care providers in the counties of San Mateo and Santa Clara. I have stood here before and urged you to be the leaders this community needs. The work of home care providers is worthwhile. Our field is among the fastest growing, and we save taxpayers money. Our work allows clients to live with dignity in their own homes. Unfortunately and disappointingly, this board's actions have said that our work is insignificant and unimportant. In-home support care allows the elderly and people with disabilities to live independently and with dignity. Our community is aging. 7 in 10 people in America will require long-term care at one point in their lives. Quality in-home care will be critical, and that takes investment. This board must invest in women and minorities who make up the majority of the home care workforce. You must invest in your constituents who are being left behind despite an economy that is rebounding. You must invest and put this community first. Today, we are standing up not just for home care providers, but for security officers, fast food workers, and millions of other low-wage workers across this country who barely survive on poverty wages. San Mateo County can be a leader and help lift working families out of poverty. It is time for a living wage ordinance for all low-wage workers in San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Louisa Blue, and I'm the Chief Elected Officer of SEIU Local 521. Our union represents the 5,000 home care workers here in San Mateo County. We had hoped to work with the county through contract negotiations to help lift these workers out of poverty. But we're here today because you have failed us and you have failed the community. You've refused to put our community first by investing in a program that helps the elderly and people with disabilities to live with dignity at home. You've refused to provide a livable wage for the home care providers, even though with a $300 million budget surplus, it is within your means to do so. These are workers who have not had a wage increase since 2007. Our act of civil disobedience today is the result of ineffective leadership on your part. Economic recovery in San Mateo County is leaving women and minorities behind. Wage inequality is reaching crisis proportions when nearly 1 in 5 single moms in San Mateo County live in poverty. Your immense failure is the reason we are here today. It is time that the county acknowledges and shows genuine respect for home care providers whose work is critical to the well-being of thousands of people with disabilities and the elderly in our community. By denying them a fair and just living wage, you are treating home care providers as second-tier citizens. And since the majority of home care workers are women and minorities, this means you are failing a major segment of the community. You fail to uplift women and minorities who provide care and comfort to your clients. You fail to close the income gap by negotiating a fair contract. You fail in putting the needs of the community first. You have the opportunity to be leaders, set the standard, and be an example for the rest of the nation. Be the leaders that home care workers deserve and that the program deserves. Earn our respect by returning to the table and negotiating fairly with your home care workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mary Kay Henry. I'm the International President of the Service Employees International Union. I'm proud to stand with Tanya York today and Louisa Blue, who represent 5,000 home care providers who do the most important work for our seniors and disabled in this county. And I bring with me 2 million of our members who stand with these workers as they make the case to you about the need to invest in the frontline workforce in this county for 3 reasons. We think there's an economic reason for the board to choose to invest in lifting the wages of these primarily women workers who do such important work for our seniors and disabled in order for them to live at home with dignity. The second is the moral reason that Louisa just talked about, where we believe that when you work hard for a living, you ought to be able to support yourselves. And I had the privilege of meeting with several of the leaders of the home care provider unit here in San Mateo County on Saturday, Tiwado, Dolores, Dolly, Tanya, and others, who helped me understand that as food and gas and all of their expenses have increased over the past 7 years, their wages have not. And I think what these workers are asking of this board is a simple matter of justice, and it's a good economic decision for this board to invest in 5,000 people who are going to spend their increased wages in this community. And that's why we're so proud as a union to stand with all workers, as Tanya said, fast food workers, security officers, home care providers, child care workers, airport workers, who are simply demanding a living wage for the honest work they do every day. I asked these workers what difference $15 an hour would make in their lives, and Dolly told me that she would buy a comforter for her sister, who she cares for and has a tendency to wrestle around with her clothing. And Dolores said that she would get internet for the first time in her life and be able to provide better care for the people she serves. This is not an outlandish thing for these women to demand. This is a simple matter of justice and human dignity, and we implore you to stand with these women and to improve the economic condition of San Mateo County. And the 2 million members of the Service Employees International Union and the millions of other workers that we are reaching our hands out to raise wages all across this economy stand with us in the call today at this important board meeting. Thank you so much for your consideration and your decision to act on behalf of these workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and for joining us today. If we don't have any other speakers, we need to quiet the meeting down so we can continue our business. Again, we do need to quiet down so we can conduct our business today. So at this point, the meeting is being disrupted. If the meeting continues to be disrupted, we are going to need to recess and clear the room. I will now adjourn the meeting, and we'll need to clear the room, adjourn the meeting, and we'll have to ask the sheriff for his assistance. Thank you. We'll adjourn. Okay, we're reconvening today's board meeting. Let me start first by pointing out that our colleague Supervisor Groom was not able to join us today because of county business. She's an officer in the statewide county organization, and for that reason could not be with us today. So just a couple of comments before we get back to our agenda. You know, I've served as an elected official for 11 years. I can't never been in a meeting quite like this. I wish we didn't have to ask, for the assistance of the sheriff to bring the meeting back to order, but, we do have, of course, rules we need to follow when we conduct the public's business. We have to do that in a civil and organized way. I think we're all quite informed about the passion and the strength of the views of the SEIU and the IHS workers, and we certainly appreciate that. And we're very hopeful we can reach a resolution. I would like to ask if the county manager has any comments he'd like to make to the public in light of the incidents this morning.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me make comment about a couple of things. First and foremost, the county values keeping all of our elderly and disabled residents safe and comfortable at home whenever possible. We strongly believe that IHSS workers provide a great service in caring for their family members and others who need to remain at home. Secondly, many in the public may have the misimpression that IHSS workers are county employees. They're not. The county has historically been responsible for collective bargaining with the providers, but that's going to change in February 2015 when the state of California intends to take over future labor negotiations. Although the state is going to take over labor negotiations for IHSS workers in February, the county continues to negotiate in good faith with SEIU. And let me be clear about what we have offered. The county has offered IHS workers and providers a 10% wage increase with no decrease in benefits. Let me repeat. We've offered a 10% wage increase with no decrease in benefits. This 10% proposed wage increase would place the wages of San Mateo County IHSS workers among the highest in the entire state. The cost to the county of the proposed wage increase is several $1 million. Even though we greatly value the services of IHSS providers, we feel it is important for the public to know the facts in order to put this dispute in proper context.
Thank you, Mr. Malpe. We now will set the agenda and approve the consent items. If we could have a motion.
Move to set the agenda and the consent items.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. We have a series of 3 presentations and awards. We'll start out with a Star Vista and a presentation on their Daybreak program. So welcome.
Right. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers. What an extraordinary morning. We were outside thinking this is a fantastic country that we can allow the freedom of expression like that. And little clappers gave us a headache, but we're thrilled, excited to be here with you this morning. We've actually been really looking forward to coming here this morning to say thank you. Thank you for your generous support of our Daybreak program. To give you a little bit of history, it's been 24 years since Assemblyman Rich Gordon and members of the Junior League joined forces to create Daybreak. Because of their efforts and generosity and the county's firm support and stance in supporting and helping homeless youth in San Mateo County and those who participated at Daybreak have been able to pursue their high school or college education, acquire independent living skills, create their own savings accounts, set and achieve financial goals, learn to trust others, and more importantly, learn to believe in themselves. The results truly speak for themselves. Daybreak is a high-impact program. 80% of the youth have completed high school, 80% of those beyond high school have secured and maintained employment, and 100% of all the youth who complete Daybreak have saved enough money to buy a car, rent an apartment, or help them pay their way through college. As you know, Star Vista was recently notified of a significant federal funding cut to the tune of $200,000. The federal government is now shifting their funding efforts to what they call rapid rehousing, and it leaves a lot of our homeless youth really in the lurch. This $200,000 funding cut was devastating, and it absolutely decimated our program. Staffing cuts were made. The facility is now closed during much of the day, including on the weekends. The licensed clinical staff that we had to be let go in order just to keep the home open. And we knew we had to raise at least $100,000 to keep Daybreak open. And when we shared the news of this unfortunate happening with the youth, some of whom are here this morning, once they got past their shock, they wanted to know how they could help us fundraise. They said, we'll cut cable, we'll take shorter showers, we'll do whatever we have to in order to help be part of the solution at Daybreak. And we were all moved and inspired, and it really galvanized us. And, we knew we were going to fight to keep our program open. When the word got out about the situation, something remarkable happened here in San Mateo County, and it makes me so proud to live and work here in this county where there's such a strong sense of collaboration and partnership. We were very fortunate to get great press coverage, including with the Daily Journal. Our county partners at HSA, including Ileana Rodriguez and Dr. Loc Nguyen, called to say, how can we help? And of course, our visionary county manager, Mr. John Maltby, offered support. We were overwhelmed with the outpouring of support of local, everyday residents wanting to help homeless youth in our county. And I'm absolutely grateful and overwhelmed with your support when you approved a matching grant for our Daybreak program. And so I'm humbled and honored and very grateful for your support. I'm happy to announce that we launched a new annual giving program. We're calling it the Daybreak Family, and it's an effort to help lessen our reliance on federal funding. We're creating a new revenue stream, if you will, something that we can sustain over time. And after the word got out about the matching grant that the county was offering, we were able to raise about $100,000, actually just a little more, in about 5 weeks' time. And as a fundraiser, that's pretty quick. And I could say it is because of vote of confidence that you all showed in us and in our program. And so I'm very grateful for your support. And when I let the team here know that I was coming, some of the youth wanted to come so that they could say thank you themselves. So I'm going to pass it over to Michelle Mays, who's our interim Daybreak manager, and 2 of the youth from our program.
Hello, everyone. So I'm really just here to say thank you from the staff. I've been with Star Vista for 4 years, and the culture at Daybreak, we don't like to call ourselves a shelter, we're a home. And so these cuts really affected our home atmosphere. So thank you so much for giving us this matching grant and letting us have our home back, because we really needed it. Do you want to?
Hi, my name is Kelsey. I'm a former resident of the Daybreak program. I graduated in October, the beginning of October of this year. I started living there April 1st, 2012, I think. I'm not sure on the year, but I started living there a year and a half ago. And I just wanted to say thank you so much. I was there when the house started closing down, and we had about 9 people living there at one time. There's about 10 people that can live there at one time, and 9 people were there. And almost everybody left when the house started closing down, just because it doesn't work with their work schedules, having the house closed and where they're supposed to go, finding another place to go to hang out. And so everyone just kind of left just for the betterment of their specific situations. And I personally just want to say thank you, because even though I'm not there anymore, I support Daybreak a lot. I go back for support from staff, for my situations. I came from a situation where I was in high school before, and I graduated, and I came back. I came to Daybreak, and I just need to live independent living skills, to get on my feet, to learn how to be an adult. And Daybreak really helped me with that. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, and I hope you guys enjoy the cookies.
Thank you so much for all that you do for San Mateo County. See you.
Thank you for joining us. It's terrific. This program is continuing, and it's great to have partners like Star Vista. Our next item will be a report on the San Mateo County Exposition and Fair Association budget.
Standing up here with me today is Tim Smith, our Director of Finance. But first, I'd like to say good morning to the Honorable San Mateo County Board of Supervisor President Pine and all other Honorable San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your guidance, vision, and support of our management efforts of the San Mateo County Event Center. I would like to thank also our San Mateo County Exposition and Fair Association Board of Directors, including Carol Groom, who is the liaison to our board, for their hard work and assistance and vision in formulating this 2015 budget. In addition to all the San Mateo County Event Center managers who provided their wish list, they didn't get them all, but they got a lot of them. Especially Diane Bauman, our outgoing Director of Finance. I just wanted to mention that Diane's been with us 8 years, and she's done a phenomenal job. She gave us a year's worth of notice, so we knew. But we're also excited to have Tim Smith on board as our new Director of Finance, who's been with us for 3 weeks now. And Diana stayed on board to work with him to take him through the ropes. And then also our Ronnie Tompet, who's in the audience today, our Vice President of Operations, in addition to San Mateo County Manager John Maltby, who we met with to go through the budget. And then also our legal team, Mr. John Byers, Miss Amy Armsby, and the rest of their team for their support through the years. We're proud to report to you this morning that we are projecting a successful 2014, which will continue to build on our reserves. This will allow us to reinvest another $1,445,000 into the facility the end of this year and all of 2015, which we'll get into a little bit in the PowerPoint that comes up soon. And this includes some of the revenues in the higher attendance we received for the San Mateo County Fair, which was well over 20%. So we had a good year, and that was in part to the successful opening day of Disaster Preparedness Day, led by Adrienne Tissier and her team and OES and the Sheriff's Department and the many others involved in that. Their numbers, which helped our numbers for the fair, were up dramatically as well this year for the fair. I would also like to touch on the successes we have experienced with our newest in-house venture. December 16th of 2013, we took over Creative Touch Catering and Food Services, so it's an in-house service for us now. Although our expenses were higher this year, this is all natural due to building our team and the purchase of equipment, but our gross revenues for 2014 will surpass past years when the operation was run by a contract food service company. We expect 2015 to become another great year for the San Mateo County Event Center, San Mateo County Fair, Jockey Club, and also Creative Touch Catering and Food Services. Joining me today, I just wanted to point out, is our board president, Jonathan Gervais. And I had mentioned our Director of Finance, Tim Smith, Diane Bauman, and our Vice President of Operations, Ronnie Tompet. I'm going to turn it over to Tim now to go through a brief PowerPoint with you, just to kind of give you the 30,000-foot view and the highlights of the budget.
Good morning. Again, my name is Tim Smith, and it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. Just briefly run you through the, and I believe you can see this in front of you. We've taken a little bit of a slightly different approach. We're looking at some presentations. Primarily, we've identified we have five major revenue sources. You know, on the left-hand side, you can see those being facilities, food and beverage, jockey club, fair, and other. And as coming in new, for me, it was important to look back of what historically has been occurring. So in the lighter green boxes on the top, you can see the headers called actual. We're looking at 2010, 11, 12, and 13. Then the yellow boxes again for 2014 represents the original budget, our outlook budget, and of course the focus today is on the blue box for the 2015 budget. And again, just quickly, you can see the facility revenues, which consists of all of our room rentals, parking, RV, and those type of revenues within the expo halls and facilities are projected at just over $4 million. That's about almost a 5% increase over 14. So again, we have a very strong event calendar for 15. And as Mr. Carpenter said, we believe that will continue to grow. The next line down is food and beverage. And again, as we talked, we brought that in-house. So we're seeing a projection of just over $2.3 million for 15, a 3% increase in revenues. The Jockey Club, we're showing a little bit of a decline. As you may be aware, the handle and satellite wagering and horse racing is just slightly sliding a little bit over the years. But we hope we can do some things in the future to turn that around and get more volume into the facility. The fair, again, Mr. Carpenter talked about a 20% increase in attendance this year. We're softened that a little bit. We don't know if we're going to, we hope to see those numbers again. We believe we will, but we took more of a conservative approach on the revenue side there, slightly decrease. Other revenue is primarily just interest income investments and cell phone tower rentals revenue. So we're looking at just over $11 million in revenue for 15, just about a 1% increase. The next slide talks about operating expenses within each of the areas. And again, you can see the facilities expenses, food and beverage, jockey club, fair. And then in addition to this schedule, we have administration, which is your typical general and admin, executive offices, finance, HR, those types of expenses. Maintenance, which is engineering and facility maintenance, and other. So we're looking at just slightly over a 0.5% increase to just over $10.4 million in operating expenses. And of course, the pie chart just kind of gives you additional graphs as to how that lays out. What I'd like to focus on with the importance of our capital improvement needs for the facility is this slide focuses more on a traditional cash flow type, private sector type view, just a quick snapshot of how do we fund operations. So the first line shows revenues, the second line revenue expenses, and of course the next line is net operating profit or loss. Then we look at other sources of fund, and I'd like to focus you on that yellow line where it says not net profit or available cash flow. For 2015, you can see we're looking at just over $1.4 million in available cash. And then from that, that's how we're funding the leasehold improvements and FF&E that I'll refer back to Mr. Carpenter to talk a little bit about, some of them being air handlers for the facility and some greening and PG&E energy saving items, and how we're going to fund that. But at the end of the day, we're going to be able to fund those projects from operating cash for 15 and have close to $200,000 in additional operating profit, in addition to our normal capital reserve, our normal operating reserve rather, that's a little over 16.7% going forward. So we feel very positive about the 2015 and our cash ability. So I'd like to just focus on this schedule, and again, Mr. Carpenter can talk a little bit about some of these high-end projects.
Okay. I mentioned the $1,445,000, which you have the detail attached to this, and this is broken down into three categories. we're replacing the 24 HVAC units on top of Expo Hall, which are 32 years and actually had a life of 26 years, and 4 have failed. We're still operating very well. They can handle the HVAC needs. However, they do need to be replaced. So that's the largest of the project, about $865,000. Lighting furnaces for Fiesta Hall. That'll give us some added heat for those locations. The capital is about $187,500, and that detail is attached. And then $345,000 maintenance expense detail, and then $100,000 budgeted for facility committee projects, TBD. And our facility committee meets to go through all of these projects within about the next week. So again, we appreciate your time today, and we definitely appreciate your support. So thank you. I've been here 12 years, and I can easily say it's the greatest thing to get up in the morning and come to work. So thank you. And I'll open it up to any questions that anyone may have.
Questions from the board?
I don't have a question. First off, I just want to thank Diane for her work over the years. It's been great. You know, hate to see you go, but you know, you got a lot of work on that farm or ranch or whatever you're working on with all those horses and all. I don't blame you, but thank you very much for your great work, and it's really been a pleasure as being one of the liaisons to the Expo Center. You guys have been terrific. And Jonathan, thank you for coming today. It's great. And Tim, welcome. And I just want to say, having, you know, many moons ago, I sat on the Expo board, and, you know, there were always times where we were really trying to really fix up the Expo Center. It is very old, but, you know, I appreciate the fact you are investing a lot of money here, but, you know, the shows keep coming, the fair keeps going on, and the place really does look quite good. I mean, I know we always love to be able to tear everything down and start fresh, but unfortunately you can't always do that. But you've done a really good job in maintaining the facility and increasing the shows and all, so I appreciate the hard work that's gone into it.
Thank you. I'll pass that along to all staff. Appreciate that.
I had a question. I recall in the past you did some investigation of the possibility of deploying solar panels on your facilities or on your campus, and is that something still under consideration, or?
It still is under consideration, but we're thinking of starting smaller. Mm-hmm. We met with PG&E, and we do not qualify for any programs or loans relative to any solar projects. And if we were to go forward with the solar project on top of Expo Hall, it would be about $4.5 million. And so we need to balance that between a new parking lot and east parking lot in the east part of the campus and the solar panels. However, we're talking about starting out smaller, maybe on a smaller 13,000 square foot roof of one of our buildings. But another thing that I forgot to mention that we're doing too is PG&E recently did an audit, and there is another loan that we do qualify for, which we will more than likely borrow around $150,000 from PG&E. It's at a 0% loan, and this will allow us to put LED lighting on the property and a lot of other greening projects on the property. And then it doesn't impact our budget, of course. If the bill is $10,000, we pay $10,000, but any savings goes towards paying off that loan, which is a 10-year loan. And not a lot of risk to it. If we don't pay it off in 10 years, we'd probably only have, you know, $30,000 to $40,000 lump sum that we'd have to pay off. But yes, we are considering that, and we're going to do it in kind of bits and pieces since we don't qualify for the.
Thanks for the update.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Any further questions? Would appreciate your presentation. Appreciate Supervisor Groom and Supervisor Tissier, who are liaison to the Expo Center. And we'll see you next year.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't know is there an action item here? I wasn't clear about that.
Resolution. I'll move approval of the resolution accepting the budget.
Second. There's a motion made and seconded to accept the budget. All in favor? Aye. Thank you again.
Thanks again.
Next, I'd like to call attention to the proclamation declaring a Transgender Day of Remembrance. As the board's aware, we have established an LGBTQ commission in the county, which is up and running and has very active and passionate members. One of their first items was to remind us that on November 20th of each year, we do recognize the memory of transgender individuals who tragically have died or been injured in violent event due to their status and sexuality. The resolution lists the names of those who have deceased last year, but we also do this, of course, to raise visibility of the transgender community and to honor the resilience and of the community. So today we have two members from the LGBTQ Commission who would like to say a few words. But let me first move a proclamation, this proclamation forward.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. So I'll invite Jay Africa and Stevie Jolie Stallmeyer to join us at the podium.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Maltby. Today, as we honor those individuals who lost their lives to anti-transgender violence and discrimination, many transgender and gender nonconforming individuals like me reflect on our own lives and in the experiences we've faced as we try to live our lives authentically. I am saddened to say that this remains a daily challenge. Last week, for example, I contacted the local fitness facility here in San Mateo about using an alternative to the usual male-female shower rooms because I was very concerned about the negative reaction I was getting from the other members. I know I shouldn't be surprised about this, but the staff's first response was to ask me, what gender is listed on your driver's license? Because that's what we go by. I paused for a moment and said, well, I'm in the process of changing that, and began to tell her details of my personal life just to justify my request. I'm going to spare you the details of that conversation, but I want to reiterate to you that that discussion was not easy, but necessary. I felt strongly about advocating for myself and educating her, but not everyone can do that. My situation is not uncommon. Many transgender and gender nonconforming individuals, including youth, experience this every day of their lives, of our lives, having to explain that their documents don't match, that who they are is much more than what's listed on their driver's license or student ID. There are real disparities for transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. Higher rates of suicide, alarming rates of being bullied and teased, higher rates of victimization and experience of housing discrimination, poorer health status, higher rates of homelessness. But add another layer of invalidation and having to justify who you are on top of these real serious issues. Sometimes it's too much to handle, even for a level-headed, productive citizen like me. I am very grateful, though, for the Board of Supervisors that you've supported the formation of the LGBT Commission here in this county. To me and many LGBTQ individuals living here in San Mateo, this effort instilled a sense of hope for all of us. Slowly, San Mateo County is getting it, that there are LGBTQ folks here and we are a part of this community. But we know one commission with 11 people cannot do it all. It takes all of us together, Board of Supervisors, community leaders, constituents, county departments, to work together. Many people know I do a lot of self-reflection, but not many people know I am also a dreamer. I dream of the day when San Mateo County will become a more inclusive, gay-friendly, trans-friendly community, reflected through its LGBTQ supportive practices, programs, and policies. I dream of having more services that focus on supporting LGBTQ people, including youth and older adults. I dream of seeing more transgender and gender non-conforming role models in different areas of the county, in elected office, as heads of county departments, in schools, and in colleges. I dream of seeing more people like me and my LGBTQ colleagues out and proud in public service, community organizations, in research, in health, in the area or field of their choice. Most importantly, I dream of having more allies, allies who will stand and speak with me about these issues and help push the change that needs to happen in this county, to help our county become more welcoming to any and every kind of person, no matter who they are. Because at the end of the day, this is our county, and we are all in this together.
Thank you, Jay.
Well, I don't know if I could follow up with anything more heartfelt than that, but thank you very much, Board of Supervisors, President Pine, for approving and adopting this proclamation. I think that this proclamation will serve to underscore the need for greater awareness of trans people and their needs to have safe schools, public restrooms, access to health care, and employment opportunities. That these rights will help avert the need for gender nonconforming people to work underground as sex workers or drug dealers, where they are in constant risk of violence and incarceration. My hope is that this proclamation will be one step of many more important actions that will help elevate San Mateo County gender nonconforming community to a greater level of safety and equal rights. Thank you again for the proclamation.
Thank you both for your eloquent remarks. We do have the proclamation, if I could present that to you now. All right, we've now completed our proclamations and presentations. We've also approved items on the consent counter, and just for the benefit of the folks from the clubhouse, the clubhouse item has been officially approved. You're welcome to stay, but you're also, we understand if you don't want to necessarily listen to all the other interesting items coming forward. So the first interesting item is to have a hearing and action concerning a general plan map amendment concerning the parcels at 1811 and 1813 Woodside Road. So, Mr. Monowitz.
Good morning, President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers. The matter before you is a request to amend the general plan and zoning regulations to increase the allowable intensity of residential development on a parcel located on Woodside Road. Specifically, the property owner has applied to change the land use designation from medium-density residential to high-density residential, and to change the zoning from R1 S74 to R3 S3. The Planning Commission has recommended approval of these changes and certification of the accompanying mitigated negative declaration. This item was previously considered by the board on October 21st of this year, at which time a number of residents who live in the neighborhood expressed concerns regarding the project's impact on parking. These concerns included allegations that other nearby apartments charge tenants for off-street parking spaces, causing them to use on-street parking instead, that there are no standards for on-street parking, resulting in a mix of parallel and diagonal parking patterns that can block driveways and create unsafe conditions, and that a nearby residence is being used as a halfway house, making on-street parking hard to find. A concern was also expressed regarding the location and adequacy of the sewer line that will serve the project. This aerial photograph shows the location of the site with the red outline. The white dashed areas indicate areas that are within the city of Redwood City. So in response to the concern that apartment owners are charging for off-street parking, the Planning and Building Department staff contacted the management entities of the adjacent apartment complexes, including the one immediately lower in the screen from the subject parcel and the following two. And what we found is that two of these three management entities indicated that they do not charge for off-street parking. One of the management entities indicated that they provide one free off-street parking space per apartment and then charge for any additional parking beyond that one space that each apartment is granted. With regard to the way in which on-street parking takes place, staff confirmed that there is a mix of parallel and diagonal parking, depending on the particular characteristics of the street. This slide shows a section of Santa Clara Avenue that does not have sidewalks and where the pattern of on-street parking is typically parallel, with cars straddling a drainage swale. This next photo, taken at a different section of Santa Clara Avenue where there is a sidewalk on one side of the street, shows that cars typically park parallel to the sidewalk and that there's a mix of diagonal and parallel parking on the side of the street without sidewalks. In both of these photos, staff has highlighted the parking areas, the areas that are generally available for parking in green. Despite the lack of a requirement to park parallel or diagonal, there's typically adequate room for safe passage for cars and pedestrians. With regard to other uses in the neighborhood, staff has confirmed the presence of a sober living facility within a residence located behind the project parcel, where individuals can stay for a period of not less than 30 days. This photo shows the driveway that leads to this home. Facilities such as these provide housing for individuals with disabilities and are an allowed use within the residential district. Finally, with respect to the sewer, staff has confirmed the presence of a sewer line that runs along the rear property line of the two lots that front on Woodside Road, I should say. The Fair Oak Sewer District, which is responsible for the operation of this line, will require the applicant to inspect and confirm the adequacy of this line, as well as the sewer main it will connect to, and to construct all necessary improvements before a building permit can be issued. So after looking into these issues, staff continues to believe that the requested amendments are appropriate for the site. The changes that would result from an approval of the amendments are shown by this slide and fall into the categories of height and density. Setback requirements and lot coverage limits will remain the same. So what this slide shows is that currently the density you can have between 6 and 8.7 units per acre. Under the new general plan land use designation and zoning district, you could have between 17 and 87 units per acre. And as that relates to this site, we estimate that they could accommodate approximately 11 units within an apartment. The change in height goes from 28 feet to 36 feet, so essentially from 2 stories to 3 stories. But all other requirements remain the same. Staff believes that the amendments conform to the policies of the general plan in that they will allow for infill residential development of an appropriate type and intensity that will function harmoniously with the surrounding neighborhood and provide needed housing. We therefore suggest that the Board of Supervisors take the action recommended by the Planning Commission, which is to adopt the requested general plan and zoning amendments and to certify the mitigated negative declaration. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Monowitz. Questions?
I did have one question regarding the halfway house. I mean, obviously, we are the safety net provider here in San Mateo County, so I recognize the need for the sober housing. I guess the one concern I have is that there's no guidelines as to the number of people per house or the number of cars that can be from that house, because we don't have a zoning regulation. Is that something we should be taking a look at? I know a lot of times these aren't county facilities, they're state or federal facilities, so I don't know. This one I was trying to think, yeah, this is governed by state and federal legislation. But do we have the ability to zone it in such a way that keeps it within reason for the neighborhood?
I think the important factor in that regard would be to make sure that we did it consistently throughout the county. I think what we want to avoid is a situation where we select one residence that is available for these sober living types of opportunities and regulate them specifically. I think if we do want to pursue regulations for such facilities, we need to do so on a countywide basis. And it's something that my department can look into if the board so desires.
And I know there's a lot of turnover, and the whole purpose, obviously, is to get people in and get them moving on to their own transitional housing. It might be something worth looking into. It just, you know, if the impacts are that great in a neighborhood, I'm not saying they necessarily are, we don't know for sure, but it would be good to at least take a look at that, because it's, you know, that's kind of tough if you can have 20 cars in a neighborhood from one house or something like that. If it really is that extreme, I'm not sure if it is or not, but I'd like us to maybe just take a look at that.
And Supervisor Tissier, we'd be happy to work with the planning department to kind of look at some of the legal issues surrounding that and some of the policy considerations as well. So we'll work with planning department on that issue.
Okay, thank you.
President Pine?
Yes.
Just one question. I know we're not talking about building anything yet. This is just really a change in the general plans or zoning here. But is it possible to allow the development of more than 11 units to have greater density, to have an exchange in exchange for at least a unit that is below market rate? I don't know if this is the right time to ask that question, but
good idea.
I do know that our regulations provide a density bonus for affordable housing. I'm not clear on the application of that bonus to this particular site. Perhaps that's only in the coastal zone. Yeah, Mr. Fox is willing to answer that question.
As the supervisors know, we do have an inclusionary housing ordinance in effect in the county. It covers both property available for purchase by proposed owners who earn below a certain income level. And then it also includes a provision for regulation of below market rate rental units. At the state level, there's been legislation that has severely constrained the ability of a local agency to regulate the initial rent of a new development for rental. So this particular property, because of what they're proposing to do, which is rental apartments, probably would not be covered by our inclusionary housing ordinance because of state law, although it is covered by the text of our inclusionary housing ordinance. So it is something that we're looking at. The issue has come up with regard to other projects proposed for construction. The applicant will come forward and say, I'm planning on renting or I'm planning on selling, and it really does result in a totally different outcome depending upon that decision by the developer.
I'm not proposing that I'm just proposing that could we conceivably allow the property owner to build 12 units in exchange for, in other words, greater density, give them a density credit so that they would build one of those units for below market rate?
Yes, and we do have such a program, and it's optional for the developer to decide whether or not they want to avail themselves of the additional density in order to provide an additional unit. We're looking at amending our inclusionary housing ordinance to respond to the state law, to make sure that we're doing everything we can allowed by the state law to ensure affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Good input by both Supervisor Tissier and Supervisor Horsley. We do need to have a public hearing, which I will open at this time. And the applicant, Mr. Jim Chesler, would like to speak. Welcome.
My name is Jim Chesler. My wife and I, Diane, own the property on Woodside Road. Thank you for your time today. I would just like to make one quick comment. In the 27 blocks from El Camino Real to the Alameda de Las Pulgas, on both sides of the street, there are only 4 single-family residences. Ours is one of them, and there's only one other one that's in the county. The other 2 are in Redwood City, and the size of the other lot is 5,000 feet. So I don't. You're not setting a precedent here by doing this. And we actually we are planning to keep the property and manage it ourselves. We'd be happy to open the discussion to BMR if that's required. So, thank you for your time.
Good.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And I'll move to, with the recommendation to approve the proposed general plan and land use amendment, zoning map, and adopt the ordinance to change the parcel, and adopt the resolution to amend the San Mateo County general plan use map affecting this parcel.
Second.
And I think we'll add, of course, the certification of the mitigated negative declaration. So that's a motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monowitz.
For item number 5, I've asked Senior Planner Mike Schaller to make the presentation today.
Good morning, Supervisor Pine, other members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers. The project before you today is consideration.
Done.
He said he was going to be brief.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave now. The item before you today is consideration of a zoning text and map amendments to rezone 3 parcels from its current PUD zoning to a new PUD zoning designation for the construction of a 16-unit, 2-story multifamily supportive housing development. So the project is located at 101 5th Avenue in North Fair Oaks. The property is located in a neighborhood commercial district that runs along 5th Avenue here, and there's residential zoning behind the project site. The project is located at the intersection of 5th Avenue and Waverly. And the property is occupied by existing structures which are currently vacant and a large amount of paving. There's no significant vegetation on site. The applicant, which is Mental Health Association of San Mateo County, is proposing to construct a 2-story multifamily housing development. The building will include 15 studio apartments and one bedroom manager's unit, a community room, and on-site laundry rooms. The applicant is proposing 16 uncovered parking spaces for the development. Now, the applicant operates a similar facility in Redwood City, and these are photos of that facility. The proposed project will mimic the architectural style of this particular building very closely. The project site is within the North Fair Oaks Community Plan area. You can see it highlighted, or the arrow's pointing to the location there at the bottom of the plan area. The community plan has designated the project site as commercial mixed use. Within that designation, the plan allows a medium to high density of land uses, including multifamily residential. The following table summarizes the residential development standards for the commercial mixed use designation against the proposal, and as a point of reference, the S1 zoning standards, which are applicable to the adjacent currently C1 zone parcels. The proposed building is well below the maximum allowed density and building height under both the S1 zoning and the community plan. The project is in compliance with the plan's front setback requirement and complies with the S1 district's side and rear yard setback requirements. Also, as discussed in the staff report, the project complies with several policies of the North Fair Oaks Community Plan, including Goal 6.8, which is to provide housing and services for residents experiencing homelessness, and Policy 8A, which encourages the development of transitional and permanent supportive housing in the North Fair Oaks area. With regards to the California Environmental Quality Act, this project, as discussed in detail in attachment F of your staff report, this project is statutorily exempt from CEQA per sections 15192 and 15194 of the CEQA guidelines. In order to approve the requested rezoning, the board must concur with the analysis presented in the staff report with regards to the required findings, which include whether the proposed project would be in harmony with the county master plan and whether the proposed project is a desirable guide for future growth. Staff has presented evidence throughout the staff report that we believe supports making these required findings, and we hope the board concurs. This project has been through a number of public hearings up to this point. A public workshop for this project was held on March 5th of this year at the Fair Oaks Community Center. A summation of the comments received at the workshop was included as attachment G of your staff report. In addition, the North Fair Oaks Community Council held 3 different study sessions on this project. At their meeting on October 7th, the council recommended approval with the addition of 3 conditions of approval. These pertain to landscaping, a construction management plan, and informational notices to future residents and counselors. These requested conditions were included as attachment A of your staff, included in attachment A of your staff report. Separately, the council voiced a number of concerns regarding traffic and parking within the adjacent Selby Park neighborhood and has requested that the county work with the council to address these issues. This request is reflected in staff's first recommendation, which is that the Board of Supervisors direct the Department of Public Works and the Planning Department to work with the Selby Park neighborhood and the North Fair Oaks Council to develop strategies that address existing traffic and parking issues within the Selby Park neighborhood. Staff's second recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors approve the proposed zoning text and map amendments subject to the findings and conditions of approval contained in attachment A of your staff report. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions I can answer for the board at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Questions? Mr. Hogum?
Just one quick question. Thank you for the presentation. Just curious about the parking and traffic part of this and the study that will be done. Does it make sense to look into a pilot parking permit project in that neighborhood to help possibly mitigate traffic and parking issues? And go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know that Mr. Monowitz has been talking with Public Works regarding this. Perhaps he can fill you in on, answer that question for you.
Yes, I'd be happy to. As you know, we recently completed a parking study for the North Fair Oaks area, and amongst the various tools that were identified as something that deserve further consideration, there's a suggestion of a residential permit parking program. And we believe that this might be a good neighborhood indeed to conduct the sort of pilot project you're speaking with. We do need to work with Public Works and the Sheriff's Department to understand the logistics of how that will all work, and we intend to pursue those discussions in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We can open the public hearing. I do not have any speaker cards on this item, but is there anyone who would like to speak on this matter? Seeing none.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Just a quick comment. I really think it's a testament to the good work of the Mental Health Association and Supervisor Slocum and our BHRS department to do all the outreach that was required to site this new exciting facility and to have it embraced by the neighborhood. That's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to compliment Melissa Platt for all her hard work, and I know those initial meetings with the neighbors was somewhat stressful, and I think through that community dialogue and that communication and cooperation and collaboration that I think the neighbors softened on some of their positions. I think that's a really good thing, and I'm looking forward to the pilot of the parking study should that pan out. But I did have the opportunity some time ago to take a tour of the Redwood City facility, and that's what really changed my mind about the project, because I was just so impressed with the architecture, with the courtyard, the beauty, and I actually got to meet a couple of the tenants and tour their studio apartments. And I have to tell you, it was just very moving to listen to the tenants speak about what this meant for them. So I'm very supportive of the effort and hope that we can create another model facility in the area for those that need our help. So, yeah, I'll make a motion, if you would allow me, to adopt an ordinance for zoning text and map amendments to rezone 3 parcels from PUD 133 to PUD 137.
Second.
Motion made.
The motion, well, I might suggest that the motion include the other approval recommendations, items number 1, 2, 3 in the recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Again, very exciting to see this moving forward.
Just a quick comment in the sense that I'm really very familiar with this neighborhood, and I think it's going to be a significant improvement to the neighborhood. Besides the fact it's going to provide really decent housing, it's really a great project. So congratulations. Congratulations, Supervisor Slocum.
Very good. This afternoon at 1:30, we will consider 2 items concerning the base operation. So those will be taken this afternoon. So we'll proceed to item 7, which is a presentation of a study concerning the replacement of the Cordilleras Mental Health Center. Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Supervisor Pine, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, and Mr. Byers. It's my pleasure to introduce this item on an important project that we'll be working on in the future. This is the replacement of the Cordilleras Mental Health Center, which is in the San Carlos, Redwood City area. It's actually an incorporated county off of Edgewood Road. I'll be making this presentation, in conjunction with the health system. Ms. Louise Rogers will be speaking, as well as Mr. Stephen Kaplan. So just a little bit of history. In September of last year, your board requested that we take a look at the Cordilleras facility and look at ways to improve that facility and eventually replace it. It is an older facility that will be spoken to later in terms of its age. But we did just that. What we did was we retained HDA architects and engineers of January of this year, and they performed a feasibility study, and that's what you have now. What we are requesting and recommending today is that your board directs staff to proceed on seeking permits as well as completing the design and construction of this facility. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Rogers, who will continue with the presentation.
Good morning, President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, and Mr. Byers. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thanks to the Department of Public Works, the Guido Miskelin and Robert Kalkbrenner, HGA, and Kevin Day, the lead there, and our team, primarily Terry Wilcox-Ritkers and Larry Funk, who have pulled this study together. As you all know, Cordilleras is located in the unincorporated area above Redwood City at 200 Edmonds Road. It was built in 1952 as a TB hospital, and then it was repurposed actually by the advocacy of family members. I note today on the agenda we've had several items that have been driven by the advocacy of family members, and in those days, the advocacy in the 70s was to convert Cordilleras to a mental health rehabilitation center. It's also important to note that in that era, institutional care was very different, and it was before medications and advances in psychiatric treatment had been made, so that it was less conceivable in those days that people could recover and move back to the community as they do now regularly. We contract with Telecare to operate 2 programs out at Cordilleras. They're programs for people who have very serious mental illness, people who have often long histories of hospitalization, and who have trouble living in the community independently. The first program is a 68-bed locked mental health rehabilitation center, and the second is a 49-bed non-locked adult residential facility. and that is used primarily for people who are beginning to practice their skills of independence and move back to the community. Most of the people in the non-locked program have moved out of locked care in the recent past. There are a number of reasons for entertaining replacing Cordilleras. First of all, the building itself is deteriorating, and because it was designed and built for a different era of care, it really doesn't support the best types of treatments that we now offer, which really are more appropriately provided in smaller, more home-like environments, where treatment can actually be targeted to the specific populations, where we don't have to mix different populations. For example, people who are frail and older adults or may have medical complications with people who are very young and may have experienced their first break, or people who have a lot of experience back and forth in the criminal justice system and are more prone to violence. A replacement program would also have many more single rooms. Having people share rooms really exacerbates stress and leads to more incidents. And finally, we'd like to replace Cordilleras with a model that would allow for federal reimbursement of the care that's provided there. Right now, behavioral health spends about $8.7 million a year on the care provided out at Cordilleras. None of that is federally reimbursable, although almost all of the clients, by virtue of their disability, are on Medi-Cal and Medicaid. So there are many reasons to replace the program, and our plan is to design the replacement to remedy all of those issues. There are challenges that have to be addressed that are associated with the site. One of the challenges is that there is a creek running right through the center of the property. It's a beautiful canyon, but it does have a steep grade. And there are other challenges as well. There's wildlife habitat, many trees that, if removed, would need to be replaced. There's an old dump site on the property. There's a water tank up on the hill and water lines that have to be worked with. You all know that there's a fire station located there, and during the period of construction, access to the fire station, as well as to Canyon Oaks, which is an adolescent mental health treatment program right next door, would need to be maintained. So we did look at all of the other alternative county properties that we considered could be better alternatives for this project. And we ruled all of them out in the end for various reasons. The fact is that this location and this relatively secluded area, this beautiful site in a somewhat rural area, but very close to, for example, the hospital in the central part of the county, is actually very well suited for the purpose that it served for many years. And so the study that we conducted really focused on how can we replace this program right there in its current location in phases. And I'll invite Steve Kaplan to come up, the Director of Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, and tell you more about the project that we've envisioned.
Good morning. Thanks, Louise. We're really excited to be at this phase of our project. So there we go. After we retained HGA as consultants to the project last March and April, it was really important that we convene a group of stakeholders, including current staff and providers at Cordilleras, family members, clients that currently are residing at Cordilleras, as well as clients that had resided at Cordilleras, because this is a ground-up construction and project as opposed to forcing into an existing structure. And one of the first things that was really important for us to do was create a set of guiding vision statements that would sort of be the litmus test for moving forward to make sure that as we are designing the project, we're matching up with what our vision is for the project. So we had these 5 areas that the group congregated around and supported. Focusing on wellness was the first, essentially to be healthy. All of these have definitions behind it. I wanted to just pull out a few of the key components of each one of these. The focus on wellness is about the environment of Cordilleras, as Louise described, this beautiful canyon, will support and reflect a productive individual wellness patch for each and every one of the people there. Promoting respect at the site really emphasizes clients' choice in their treatment regimen and plan. We hope that the facility and the program inspires pride and really instills motivation for individual growth. Building community was all really about how we can create a situation out there that really fosters collaboration, both internally with the various components that will be operating on the campus, but also with the community as well. And we've talked a lot about how the design can support some broader community efforts. Again, Louise talked about the beauty of the environment. We have such a unique opportunity to create a place where it's just not about mental health treatment, but it's really about using the entire environment to support people's recovery, and we have great chances to do that. And finally, striving for recovery, it's really why we want people there in the first place. They have certain complexities and needs, but it's all about people achieving their own personal recovery. So we believe that we can create an environment that supports that. So what we're proposing in the study, after visiting programs really around the country, Supervisor Horsley took a field trip to look at a couple, Terry Wilcox-Ritkers and Larry Funk from our staff, as well as HGA, went around the country to see what was happening, what might be best practices, not only in construction but program design that we could consider for our own adoption. And after looking at all of that, we came up with a model that basically replaces the existing facility with 5 16-bed, single-story villas, cottages, we're not quite sure what we'll actually call them, but they would be licensed as a mental health rehab center. All of those 5 would be locked. And then an additional 55 beds as an adult residential facility. And as Louise described, this is for people who really are starting their path of independence after stepping down from being in a locked facility. So when we look at that, we actually would then have 135 beds on the campus, which would give us a net gain of 18 beds. We believe that that would allow us to bring some people back from out of county. We have quite a number of people that live out of county because of our limited choices in the county itself. So this is a schematic in the shaded areas where the current Cordilleras currently stands. And you can see the, I think, what are those called? Bow ties or crossbows or something. Those things, the 5 there are the 16-bed cottages that would be locked, mental health rehab centers. And then right above the one in the middle is where our adult residential facility would be. And on the lower part of that would be a large community center that would support activities that were on the campus, as well as possibly being able to serve some community events as well. So we would have to do this because of the way the site is, and it's 20 acres, 10 buildable, but we have these steep canyons, and we have people living there, that the construction would have to be phased in. So this is the proposal that we have for actually phasing in. So beginning in April of 2017, we would start this first phase of construction. And the first phase would basically allow us, before we had to remove anybody from the existing facility, to build the 2 MHRCs and the adult residential facility. So we would build those and then move people into those facilities before we started any of the construction. So the first phase, starting in October 17, with the residential center being completed around August of the following year. So that's phase 1. There is a possibility, we're still not sure, whether we could actually build 3 of the MHRCs before we tear down the Cordilleras building. And I just want to comment related to the Canyon Oaks Youth Center, which is there, and the fire station. As we were doing the project, we had concerns whether either of those would be negatively impacted, having to move, for example, the kids out of Canyon Oaks. We're pretty certain that neither of those would have to be moved. We can create barriers that would mitigate any problems. So when we finish, whether we can build 2 or 3, we do believe we're going to have to relocate some clients off of the campus. Because we just would not have created enough new capacity before needing to tear down the building to complete the construction. So want to thank Mr. Malpe for an idea around when we build the adult residential facility to look at constructing that where it would have flexibility to be licensed as either an MHRC, the locked, or an adult residential facility. So as we look at that, it may allow us to move more of the folks that need the MHRC level care into that and work on finding alternatives for the adult residential facility. So I think that is a short-term good solution, but also in the long term, if it turned out we wanted to add more of the locked beds and less of the adult residential facility, we would have that flexibility as well. So let's see. So then we do that, and then you can see, zap, the current building's gone. Pretty easy, right? Not quite so easy. And then here's the final layout, how we would envision the property. So each of those 5, as Louise said, we would be able to create programming in each one of the 5 that is much more specific to a certain group of individuals that have pretty similar characteristics and programming needs. And a lot of flexibility. Each one of those 5 would be self-contained. They would have its own outdoor space for recreation area, and then in the middle there's a large area as well. And there's ideas in there to take full advantage of the environment as well. Here's just another look, more of a 3D look of how this would actually sit in the canyon once completed. So now I'll turn it back over to Jim.
Thank you. As has been discussed, this is a very complex project. We're building in a canyon with a creek in it, and as such, we've allocated a substantial amount of time for the permitting. The environmental aspect of this project is going to be very well studied and quite lengthy. So this will give you a sense for the schedule itself. Subject to your board's approval, we'll begin that process early next year. We expect to conclude the environmental stage in 2017. And as you can see from our schedule, there will be 2 major phases. We'll begin with construction of the 2 pods, do some demolition, we'll finish the job out, along with the building up on the hill. So it's really looking like we will be done in 2019, 2020 timeframe. In terms of some of the challenges we're going to face, there is dusky-footed wood rat, and I will not try to pronounce the other name, but there is habitat up there that needs to be taken into consideration when we do our construction. There's also Cordilleras Creek. As you can see from the drawing, Cordilleras Creek goes underground as part of this project. It is underground at this point. That channel right now, at least the entrance structure, is undersized. So there's going to be quite a bit of hydraulic analysis that's going to go into this, as well as evaluation of the size of the channel that will be running underneath the facility. And obviously we will be removing and replacing a substantial amount of trees. When we perform this project, the care will be taken to protect as many trees as possible, but if you've been up in that area, you'll see it's quite heavily vegetated, so there will be some need for removal and the replacement. In terms of the design of the project, we are going to do a very substantial bit of analysis into all of the different areas of lead that we can implement to make this building as self-sustainable as possible. So when you look at what's possible, obviously water conservation has been on everybody's minds lately. we'll be evaluating many of the treatments that we're looking at, or that we are showing right there. Gray water system treatments, not that accepted too much in California, but as we move on, that's something that we want to look at. Obviously, harvesting rainwater is heavy on our minds. And then in terms of power generation, there's a variety of methods that we're going to look at, be it solar, fuel cells. I'm sure somebody's going to look at cogeneration facilities up there. Geothermal is something that could be looked at. I don't know that the studies have been completed at this point, but it's certainly out there. And then our mechanical systems will obviously be designed with energy conservation in mind. So this is the big number. We've evaluated the cost of completing this project, and we're looking at somewhere in the area of $90 million. That includes a contingency as well as escalation. As I mentioned, this is going to take 5 years to complete, and we do expect the cost of building these buildings to go up as we move along. So in terms of next steps, subject to your board's authorization, we will authorize our consultants to begin the environmental review process and begin looking at permitting and providing more detailed design drawings. The intent is to develop what we call a bridging package for a design build type construction delivery method. So that will be going on subject to your board's approval. And with that, I would like to thank you for your support on the project, and myself and the health system staff will be happy to answer any questions we can. Thank you.
Mr. President, just a comment on the cost and the financing is, you know, from the transmittal, there was a less expensive alternative in terms of simply replacing the existing building in kind, if you will, with a similar lock facility. I just want to add that I strongly support the staff's conclusion that really the 21st century mental health needs of our clients demand the type of facility that's been proposed today. And this certainly, in my judgment, offers the best opportunity for those clients to reach their full potential and lead as full of lives as possible.
Thank you. Very, very good presentation. We do have some speakers, but before we take those, does the board have any questions for, or we can go ahead and take the speakers, it sounds like.
Well, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Why don't you do the speakers first?
We have Patricia Urbina.
Good morning to you all. My name is Patricia Urbina. I'm a physician, and I'm also the parent of a 36-year-old young man who's been living with schizophrenia, which is a severe mental illness, since he was 19 years old. We've lived in San Mateo County for 20 years, essentially the duration of his illness, which came upon us after we moved here. I can't tell you how grateful I am for living in this county with its terrific mental health services, and also for the presence and for the existence of Cordilleras Mental Health Rehab Center, where my son has spent a number of his years, and he's been currently living there for the last 2 years. He's doing okay. He's doing better. As I say, I don't know that he would be as well as he is without the services that we have received at Cordilleras. That being said, it would be wonderful to see that place and that very essential residence and facility become the state-of-the-art facility that we need for our persons living with mental illness and our loved ones living with mental illness. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your comments. We're glad to hear your son's doing better, and your compliments to our staff are really, really meaningful. Appreciate that. Juliana Furbringer.
Hi, Juliana Furbringer. I spoke earlier on California Clubhouse. And the reason I want to speak now is that my son just recently left Cordilleras. He was there for several months and actually got excellent therapeutic medical treatment there, and is now living in a Kamenar housing, and I'm really excited about the transition. And I am somebody who's not afraid of the mental health system. I would visit him a lot up there. And when I would go in and sign the book, I'd see 2, 3 names, and I'm like, how? There's so few visitors. And I know many people who family members, they don't have family members who can come and visit them. But I do think that there are many family visitors who don't go and visit because Cordilleras is old and slightly intimidating in its presentation. And I think the new Cordilleras is going to be amazing for families, and it's going to draw families, and that link with families and people with mental illness is just major when that connection can be made. And the other thing I wanted to point out is the community center that you guys are designing in to the facility is going to be an opportunity for programs like Clubhouse to go up there and talk about their programs. So as people are living at Cordilleras and deciding what to do next, they'll be able to see a lot about what else is going on in the community through going into this community center. So I really am excited that this project is happening, and even if it takes a few years, it's going to be well worth it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Martin Fox.
Thank you again, President Pine, members of the board, and my fellow veterans for your service to the county. Please vote to replace Cordilleras and increase the number of rehabilitation center beds from 12 to 80 and residential facility beds to 18, bringing that to 67. Then celebrate the construction of this facility because of the increased number of patients it will help recover to become productive citizens. It's not all about money. Please direct the health system to support the 36 patients and their families who will be sent outside the county for as long as 20 months during construction. Then also, please direct the health system to identify the number of persons living with serious mental illness whose need for treatment will not be met even after construction is complete. The health system knows who they are. They've got them in their computer. Please direct the health system to identify the number of persons living with serious mental illness that have been adversely affected in the past by the closing of the 6 San Mateo Medical Center acute care beds in July 2011 and the closing of 22 Sequoia Hospital acute care beds that same month. Please direct the healthcare system to do a cost-benefit analysis that identifies true evidence of recovery, like the United States Department of Justice approved hospitalization reduction solutions to untreated serious mental illness, and how adopting assisted outpatient treatment is a better alternative than SAMHSA approved programs like Clubhouse. Please direct the health system to identify the indirect as well as the direct cost of policies and procedures that deny treatment to persons living with serious mental illness who are so sick they lack the capacity needed to seek treatment voluntarily, and the governmental and non-governmental organizations who benefit from these policies, besides Clubhouse, NAMI, and the Mental Health Association. Thank you.
And we have one more speaker, Kirsten Keith, the council member from Menlo Park.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to say thank you for taking this project on and for making this come to fruition, because I think it really is important. Our mentally ill people are the most vulnerable in our society, and it's great to see this. And thank you to Mr. Maltby for really supporting this and talking about how important it is. I'm an attorney on the private defender panel. I've had clients at this site, and it is, I hope all of you have seen it. It's wonderful that this is coming to fruition because the site is just woefully inadequate. So, and the other thing I wanted to support was looking at all the new water treatment ideas that you can possibly use. NPR just had a great discussion this morning about LA water use and how they're making sure that they're using on-site water to, sustain a neighborhood. So I hope that you'll use the most advanced research that you can when you do this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't believe we have any other public speakers. I'm sure board members have questions and comments.
President Pine, just a comment. I did go with Larry Funk and Terry Wilcox Riddiger to, I guess it was Camarillo and Ventura County, to take a look at different state-of-the-art kind of facilities, and they are, remarkably non-intimidating. And as somebody who, as a child, visited Napa State Hospital, our Corliss Center is not a lot different than what I had seen as a child, and it is intimidating. I concur with what Juliana said. It is an intimidating structure, and I know they do the best they can, but it was never meant to be a mental health hospital. It was obviously meant to be a tuberculosis hospital. And having also served in law enforcement, seeing a lot of people. In fact, Susan Montana, I know, ran a program. We had options program years back. We had an awful lot of people in our correctional facilities who were mentally ill, and to having, always felt that there should be some other option, and this is an opportunity to have another option. That's a better option that gives, and one of the things that I'm impressed with in looking at what I saw in Southern California is that if they can do it, we can do it. And the other is that their clients seem to get better faster than our clients. And I think it has to do with a lot the environment. And the other thing I'd say about this particular, I've walked all over the site as well and taking a look, having had some experience at building facilities. You could not do this someplace else. I don't think we have any place else that we could do this in San Mateo County. It is a bucolic setting. And if you try and put this in a city someplace, first of all, you need an awful lot of land. Mm-hmm. And to be able to put it in a city, it'd really be really difficult. And I don't think you could do the same kind of facilities. You would end up with having a whole lot more separation, and probably also, you couldn't possibly have people just walking around the facilities as you can in this. And I just think that I'm really excited about this project. I really want to be involved in it and continue to support it. I've been to some of the community meetings with residents and family members as well, and it's time for us to make a change. It's time for us to abandon something that's from the past century and something that really meets the needs of our clients in the future. And I do also think that I support the idea of having some of the additional beds because obviously the population is going to continue to grow, and obviously we will have, unfortunately, more clients. But I think we'll be able to move clients through the system faster, better, and put them in a position to be back to be members of with their families and contributing members of our community. So I'm very supportive of this project, and I really appreciate the county manager's efforts to move forward, and look forward to working with Louise, Rogers, and Steve, and all the rest of the staff as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Horsley. Very well said.
I just had a quick question. Unfortunately, these things always take so long to get built. It's, I can't even think of the year 2019 or 2020. And I know part of it is trying to get all the necessary permits. That always takes a lot of time as well. Have we had any preliminary discussions with Fish and Wildlife, Corps of Engineers, or any of the agencies that are involved or will be involved?
Hello. Hello, Supervisors. My name's Kevin Day, an architect with HGA.
It will pick up.
Pick me up, architects and engineers in San Francisco. So yes, in fact, if you've had a chance to look at the feasibility study, we've contracted with TRA, an environmental consultant, to help us understand all of the constraints, biological, on the site, and having to do with the creek and the wildlife and the trees and all of these things. They had introduced us, and we had a member from the California Fish and Wildlife come to the site and walk with us to take a look at the plans and help us understand what we needed to do specifically around the creek to ensure that this project could continue forward. So you'll see on the plan, we actually are assuming a 60-foot wide easement potentially to stay away from the creek bed and its immediate areas there. That is really what's driving the schedule, is that review process. So they said really what we've built in is a 2-year period for that Fish and Wildlife review, and that's really what's driving the schedule. You can see we've proposed to overlap some of the design and preparation for permitting at the same time that the review process is going on. So that's really the factor that's driving this more than anything else, is their review. But I should say they felt positive that we were doing the right things, that by providing that easement, by staying away, by not putting anything further underground that's currently underground, So leaving what's daylit with regard to the creek, that we would have a good chance of seeing success with this. So based on their review, they saw nothing that, would stop the project, from getting out of the gates. That said, it certainly is going to be a long-term effort and a challenge, and there will be voices unheard that we'll have to address and so on. So, but that's our strategy right now, is to sort of maintain the condition as it exists with the creek below ground in the portion that's currently there. So,
Just as a comment, just having some familiarity with fish and wildlife, this is a dry creek. It is not a wet creek. It is not something that it's a spawning ground. There are no fish in it. It's a dry creek. It runs essentially in the wintertime.
and I think, as was pointed out earlier, we also have an opportunity to improve. They have some flooding out there now that happens occasionally when it does rain, and there's some issues with some pumps and some other things that we think we can actually improve the site by rerouting that creek in a more natural way and so on. So there's a lot of opportunities for improvement.
Is TRA Thomas Reed? Is that Thomas Reed and Associates? Is TRA? Is that the? Okay, I don't know. I'm just curious. I've worked with that group before, but I'm not sure if that's
I think
who
it is, actually. I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Well, they're good. Anyway, I was just sort of curious how it goes. Anyway, did you want us to make a recommendation? Are we
Might be
ready for
other
that?
comments.
Yeah, did you want to say something, Supervisor?
I think they're.
I would be happy to make the motion, but if you
could just wait, yeah.
I can wait. No, I can wait.
That's
I have
fine.
lots of time.
I just wanted to compliment Supervisor Horsley on his leadership on this project and for taking the tour down south and checking out the other facility or facilities, and his commitment to the project. And I've only been, and I do have a question, but thank you for all your work on this, Supervisor. Having been only peripherally involved with the San Francisco Creek project, I know that those state agencies can take a long time, and at the last second, potentially, I don't want to say throw wrenches in things, but they can make it difficult. And it doesn't sound like there's a plan B for this, given what the supervisor said about other sites. But is our plan just to build in the 2 years and hope that we can resolve the issues that come up with those state agencies? Is that the idea? And of course, I don't want to put any bad karma out there. So, but just curious about that point.
So through the president, yes, at this point, we don't see anything that is a showstopper, so to speak. There are going to be various challenges with this site. I think we can work with the agencies to get through this. That being said, there are possibilities that we could run into stumbling blocks, but where we are now, based on what we've seen in the feasibility study, this appears buildable. So at this point, this is a go.
Thank you.
I had just two questions and a comment. In my visits, I had a chance to, of course, visit Cordilleras and also the Canyon Oaks facility for younger people. So, with the kind of with the Canyon, is the Canyon Oak facility somewhat what these new facilities will be like in terms of the residents' experience?
Yes, that's much more what we're shooting for.
Right, because Canyon Oaks is locked, I believe.
Canyon Oaks is described as delayed egress. We think of it as contained, but it isn't actually totally locked.
I see. Okay, yeah, because it's if you tour both sites, both facilities on the same day, it's quite a contrast, to be sure. And my other question is on the 55-unit, I guess, multi-story building. Would we qualify for the federal funding in the way we will with the one-story smaller units, or we just have to take a pass on that?
The 55-unit residential facility is actually treated like housing, and so it's not subject to the prohibition in federal reimbursement for the treatment that's provided. The problem that we have now is that Cordilleras, the envelope of the existing building contains the housing program, and because it's in the same building, there's no federal reimbursement for any of the treatment provided for those individuals, even when they hike all the way down the hill, when they go down to Redwood City to visit an outpatient clinic. Their services are not reimbursable. So the new design avoids that problem. The housing, the adult residential facility will be separate.
Great, good. Okay, thank you. And yeah, in my tour of Cordilleras, I came away with two strong impressions. One is how hard the staff and NAMI and the parents and everyone works to make the best of what we have there, and we know how challenging that is because it was built in 1952, and as Supervisor Horsley has pointed out, it's just fundamentally inadequate. But people work hard to do the best we have with what we got. But we're all really excited about going to this new approach. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to make the county proud for sure. Exciting to have more space for our residents that we can't accommodate, here in the county. And Mr. Porter, we're just going to have to get this done because it's a really inspiring project. So unless there's other comments, we'll defer Mr. Horsley to make a motion.
Thank you very much, President Pine. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the feasibility study for the replacement of Cordilleras Mental Health Center and authorize the Director of Public Works to proceed with all necessary steps, including permits and development plans, to bring Cordilleras replacement project to the board for consideration.
Okay, a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you again. We'll look forward to the next update.
We have to applaud that one. That was a good one.
Our next item, featuring Jim Porter, is a presentation or a resolution authorizing the work along the Alpine Road Trail and the bank stabilization. Mr. Porter.
Thank you, President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Malpe, and Mr. Byers. I'm reporting back to you on progress we've made on the Alpine Trail project. Let's go through a little bit of history on this to refresh your memory. Quite some time ago, the board directed us to rehabilitate the bicycle and pedestrian trail along Alpine Road. This runs about 1.84 miles between Portola Valley and Menlo Park through the unincorporated lands. The trail itself is made of asphalt, and it varies in width, and the board directed us to not change the trail alignment, keep the width where possible. In areas where it's too narrow, we're going to meet ADA requirements, but by and large, essentially improve what is there. So we took off and we prepared a conceptual design with that in mind. When we took off with that conceptual design, we were looking at designing the trail and the improvements within the existing right-of-way. That is the land that the county has an easement on that we can build within without any permits from other agencies. There are three challenges to this project, and there are three sites where we have erosion from Los Trancos Creek. Site 1 is closer to Portola Valley. We proposed a 110-foot-long block wall to support the trail itself with railing. Site 2 is closer to I-280. It's on what I would consider the west side or the ocean side. I think as the compass goes, it's on the south end. But in that area, the creek has eaten up into the bank close to the side of the trail where we had proposed an 80-foot long soldier beam wall, and that's essentially a vertical retaining wall that will hold up the trail, the road, and also protect a PG&E gas line and a sanitary sewer line. Site 3 is the most precarious site. That is on the north side of I-280, or east of I-280 is another way to look at it. This area is particularly concerning because there's a PG&E gas main that is very close to the edge of the cut, essentially, from the creek that needs to be protected. So just to show you some pictures, this is Site 2. The pink line is where we were proposing a retaining wall. The green line would be where we were going to put in some biotechnical treatment. You can see the existing gas line exhibited in that arrow, and that is a very steep creek. We've had drought for 3 years, so luckily the erosive forces against that bank have been minimal, but we are getting very concerned about what's going to happen when it rains. Site 3 is even more concerning. You can see to the right of the photograph, there's a fence hanging in the air that used to be on land. The pink ribbon, it used to be pink, shows where the wall would be, and that green limit, the green line is the limit of the biotechnical treatment. So that was our original proposal. When we went to your board, we also received feedback from Stanford, and Stanford suggested that we don't need to look at the constraints within the right-of-way, that they would be open to allowing us to use their land to come up with some more environmentally friendly alternatives. So your board directed us to work with Stanford and look at what was possible. This is really specific to sites 2 and 3. Those are where the opportunities exist for a more environmentally friendly solution to this problem. So we did. We went and we've been working with Stanford since that time, and I'm happy to report that I think we've all come to some agreements on what we ought to do up there. So since that time, we've done additional hydraulic modeling. We've also taken the regulatory agencies out to the sites to look at what is possible out there. We've been meeting regularly with Stanford to look at options that they would find attractive and that we would find attractive as well. And we're continuing to work with the regulatory agencies. I think one of the things that is somewhat challenging with the regulatory agencies is you can meet with them and they will give you suggestions, but you really get the feedback when you start submitting permit applications. Then they have something solid to look at. But all indications at this point is that what you will see today is looked on favorably by those agencies. So we took a look at some alternatives that were possible in these areas. At Site 2, and this is the site south of I-280, so it's on the Portola Valley side, we looked at a live log crib wall type of an installation in front of a soldier pile wall. The reason why the soldier pile wall is still necessary is due to the structural needs to hold up the roadway and the trail. The crib wall itself didn't have the structural support to do that. The other thing that we looked at was a vegetated reinforced soil slope in front of that soldier pile wall as well. At Site 3, we looked at 3 different options. We looked at the crib wall alternative, the VRSS alternative, and we also looked at realigning the creek 75 feet onto Stanford land. So I want to explain a little bit about what each of these means. A live crib wall is kind of like what it sounds. You take logs and you build a crib, and you fill that crib with soil. You build that on a rock base to provide erosive resistance to the water. But essentially, you build up this log wall and you plant vegetation over it. Over time, those logs decay, but the vegetation that you planted over it takes over, and that provides your erosive protection on the side of that wall. This will show you a little bit about what a live crib wall looks like. And I'd like to point out that Portola Valley constructed a live log crib wall in their section of this area, and it's functioning quite well. You can see that the logs are kind of stacked up. This is an option during construction. Below those, a photo during construction. Below those logs are the rocks that I talk about. And the photo to your right is after it's been planted. Now, this is very early on in the growth period of the vegetation, but over time, that vegetation will take over, and that'll help slow down the erosive forces of the water and maintain that slope. This is what all the engineers like. This is just a cross-section across here that shows what this is going to look like. You'll see the soldier pile wall on the right-hand side. You build up your crib wall and you backfill with soil. VRSS is another type of treatment that has been used. It's another more environmentally friendly treatment. And this is basically taking layers of soil and stacking it up with erosion control fabric between those layers. And you build up those layers, and then you plant along the face of those layers. Again, you've got a layer of rock near the base to provide erosive protection for that wall, for the creek flows that occur quite regularly. And as I said, you plant it. Here's an example of what that might look like. This is the left side shows construction of the layers of the soil, and on the right side you can see some of the fabric going in for a VRSS type of an installation. Again, you have further construction on the left, and on the right you'll see what it looks like after the vegetation takes over. So you have a much more natural setting with the VRSS as well as the live log crib wall alternatives. This again is what the engineers like to see. You put in a retaining wall and then you build up your slope with the soil, and you have a VRSS wall. So site 3, we also took a look at realigning the creek. And I know you're familiar with that site. Right now the creek sweeps pretty far around a grove of trees that goes then into Alpine Road. And what we're suggesting is to essentially reduce the length of, or reduce the linear footage of that creek, move it about 75 feet further onto Stanford land, and build up the slope, which would be on the Alpine Road side. Now what this does, when you make the creek smaller, the linear footage shorter, is it increases the slope, which increases the velocity of the water. So when you propose an alternative like this, you also look at putting in rock buttresses within the creek itself to slow that water down and to try to maintain the channel as best as possible. That gets engineered into the design. It is a little bit more intensive in terms of permitting, but it is something that Stanford strongly suggested that we pursue, and our engineers agree it's a great idea. This is a cross-section of what that might look like. So one of the tricky things about this alternative is that we're basically backfilling the old creek along a length that is longer than what we're digging out for the creek. So we're going to have to backhaul quite a bit of soil to actually fill up that location. Accessing Site 3 is going to be a challenge. Right now, it looks like the least environmentally impactful access is off of the southbound I-280 off-ramp, right, northbound. Thank you, sorry about that, northbound. So there will have to be discussions with Caltrans as to how that takes place. But that would be the way to get in there that is most achievable. So in terms of recommendations, at Site 2, we're looking at a live log crib wall. That will be approximately 100 feet in length. We will still need a retaining wall behind it. That'll be a soldier pile wall. And we expect that to cost between $525,000 and $650,000. At Site 3, staff is recommending that we realign the creek onto Stanford lands. Stanford has indicated that they would provide that land to the county. They would grant easements for that realignment. So if your board approves this recommendation, we'll be working with Stanford on easement agreements to make this happen. This cost to construct is somewhere around $200,000 to $325,000. And again, we'll know more as we get into more detailed design and look at the permitting aspects of this, and most importantly, the mitigation aspects as well. Oops, excuse me. This is an alternative recommendation for Site 3. If in fact your board directs us to do something different, we would suggest that we go with the live log crib wall. Now, let me go back because I forgot to mention this. On the creek realignment alternative, we don't need a retaining wall because we can build the soil back and we can buttress that slope where the creek is eroded in and protect our roadway. If we realign the creek a small amount, we still need that soldier pile wall to hold up essentially the road and the utilities. This is a bit of a less expensive alternative, but we feel, or excuse me, this is not a bit of a less expensive alternative. We do feel, though, that the creek realignment is a better option in this case. And this will allow you to summarize costs of what we presented you originally and what we're presenting to you now. So just to sum it up, the project cost will go from about $1.4 million to about 1.6-ish million, or 2.6 million, I'm sorry. But I think that the solution that we're presenting to you in the recommendation does adhere to the recommendations we've heard from Stanford. It does take into account your board's feedback and the public's feedback, and we feel that this project is a good solution to this location. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I just have one quick question. As it relates to the agencies that'll be looking at this and have been looking at, are they in sort of agreement with what your recommendations are?
Their preliminary comments are that they prefer this option to other options that we presented, which is the vertical wall. The question is, especially on the creek realignment, we're not quite sure how they are going to approach this type of a project in terms of the ongoing maintenance aspect and the mitigation aspect. So we think that this will be permittable based on the feedback that we've received to date. Similar to the comments on the previous item, you really find out when you submit plans. That's when the rubber meets the road. But we think that this is an option that certainly looks permittable to us.
I guess my second question, if this wasn't permittable, is the one where you're going to put the logs in and move the creek a bit any more palatable?
We hope so. And here, typically the process that we've gone through is that we submit a project to the agencies and we receive feedback and comments. And those comments typically drive the direction of the design. They indicate what they see as a favorable solution and also what they see as a non-favorable alternative. So we would take the feedback from the agencies. What you're going to probably see in the end is somewhere in the middle of these things. But we're hoping that what we proposed is acceptable to the agencies that will be reviewing this.
Thanks, Jim.
President, through on the creek realignment, first of all, congratulations on being able to get an agreement with Stanford. Jerry was one of the meetings with us, but how do you know that the creeks have a tendency, they don't stay in where you want them to stay, they move around, they tend to meander. How do you know that that isn't going to scour and produce more sediment downstream?
Well, typically the creek channel itself is evaluated based upon the velocities of the water that we see coming. And based upon those velocities, the creek is designed with, as I mentioned, kind of rock check dam type things to slow the water down in vegetation. I mean, the truth is it's very hard to tame Mother Nature. Mother Nature is going to take over. Yeah. But what we want to do is to provide our best engineered solution to, at least at the beginning, provide the alignment that we want. And as as time goes on, the creek is going to move a bit, but I think the solution should be sustainable for some time.
And also looking at the road, if you're going to have to do this on Stanford land.
That's
right?
correct.
And as I recall, the road that goes in there, you're going to end up, looks like you may end up having to take some trees out? Or is that possible?
It's very likely we'll have to take trees out. I know some of the original feedback that we got from the permitting agencies was that the initial haul route that was suggested by Stanford, they didn't look very favorably on that. There was quite a bit of trees that needed to be removed on that alignment. That's why the proposal at this point is to come from I-280.
Oh, okay.
But that presents challenges with Caltrans. So we'll have to talk with Caltrans about how that's going to work. But that seems to be the best way in.
Thank you.
We do have 4 speakers. We'll start with Jerry Hearn.
Morning, members of the board. Jerry Hearn, Portola Valley resident and Watershed resident. First of all, I want to thank you very much for encouraging staff to look at the alternative of stream realignment at the location number 3, which I support. I have submitted already by email some comments as to issues that came up in the feasibility study that I think you could reflect upon. I have a few additional comments today. First of all, I'd like to publicly thank Stanford for being both willing to allow the county, the public agency, to use some of its land and actually to engage very thoughtfully in this whole process. And I also want to thank you very much, Jim, for your staff engaging with Stanford. It's been a really positive thing from all the feedback I get. It's unusual to have this kind of private-public partnership. It really is amazing. I want to mention that in Stanford's letter that I received the other day, they did point out that this was much more in alignment with the FishNet 4C objectives that the county has adopted, which I agree with. Third, something that hasn't been thought about, but is a concern for many of us, is this alternative offers some potential small yet useful peak flow attenuation and also some natural distribution of the sediment throughout the system rather than an engineered solution, which for us who are dealing with the puzzle of Searsville is very important, and obviously for the downstream JPA project, with which President Pine is very familiar, it's also an issue. So there are some potential gains in that direction. And the fourth arena is cost, and I want to just say that these types of projects, which are both public-private and also are of great benefit to endangered species and other habitat, could result in getting some funding through grants that might help with some of the funding if that's an issue. So thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work and all the time that everybody's put into this project.
Thank you, Jerry, and for your incredible advocacy for the watershed in the creek. Lenny Roberts.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Lenny Roberts, speaking for Committee for Green Foothills, and you got my letter, I think, yesterday. So I'd just like to summarize a couple of points. First of all, thank you, Jim Porter and the Department of Public Works and Stanford for working together to find a more creek-friendly solution for these three sites. And I think we are really down to talking primarily about site number 3, which has been the most challenging one. And we support the first priority with Stanford's concurrence is to shift the alignment of the creek over. That is still within the creek bed. It is probably historically it was the creek channel. You know, they do change their, they meander. So we're not talking about moving it outside of the creek bed itself. And I think that's an important point because the land tells us that the creek was there before in this farther away stretch of the creek. So, and the other thing that I would just like to say is how important this is watershed-wide, as Jerry has already mentioned. We do have very dynamic systems, which are our creeks. They're always changing. And we need, I think this would be a great example of a more creek-friendly approach to solving our needs for having room for the trail as well as maintaining the creek and its habitat. So as Supervisor Horsley pointed out about Cordilleras, we're, you know, we are now trying to solve this problem as a 21st century solution instead of and we have a legacy from the 20th century to try to deal with. Thank you.
We have Mike Boucher, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Mike Bashu. I live in Belmont, and I have horses at Webb Ranch, and so I ride along this section of the trail. And I may actually be set up for the B section of this versus not knowing where to put my cart in, but I still will take my minute or two. I ride down Alpine Road past, basically I come onto the trail at item number 2 and go down the other direction towards site number 1. And in the reconfirmation that they're looking for the trail and the access to it, this is a multi-use trail. Multi-use includes bicycles, it includes people walking, it includes equestrians. Webb Ranch, with approximately 300 horses, is right at site number 2, where we come out, and there's a few of us that are crazy enough to go out and ride Alpine Road. Because if I go down Alpine Road about 2 miles, it takes me into a couple beautiful preserves, and it gives me a place that I can go to. So I can go to Rastadero, I can ride the Portola Valley Trail System, which is an equestrian trail system, and it's meant for us, and I can get probably 20, 30 miles of riding in there. I can leave my place, and I can go all the way to Highway 35, up through Windy Hill, And with this Measure AA funds that are coming forward and the activity to open the other end of Alpine Road as a trail again, that'll be an equestrian area that we can go right through. So the point I want to drive home here is you're asking for a paved trail. And really with changing maybe one or two small details in your drawings, you can make that be a 4-foot wide trail, which is about what it is that is paved, and add to it a section that's 2 foot to 3 foot wide that is compacted soil for the runners, for the people that don't like to be on pavement, for my horse, my equestrians, to be able to go forward. Appreciate it very much. Please consider it. Thank you.
And Laura Patton.
Hi, I'm Laura Payton, and I live in Redwood City. I'm a member of San Mateo County Horsemen's Association, the Woodside Trail Committee, and the Equestrian Trail Riders Action Committee. And I want to second the comments made by Mr. Bouchou regarding the need for the trail to have access to all users and all potential users, including equestrians. Portola Valley is known for having over 38 miles of multi-use trails that are used by walkers, people with strollers, runners, people on bicycles, people on mountain bikes, and also by equestrians. And also, Portola Valley itself has a long history of being an equestrian-friendly environment for those who choose to live there and those who choose to board their horses there, which I do at Webb Ranch as well. I just hope that the committee or that the board will consider that we need to have access to the trail in a safe manner for the equestrian users, and that a paved surface is not a safe surface for equestrian users because it's slippery for horses. And if you would consider what Mr. Bouchou wisely suggested and have a couple feet wide next to the paved part of the trail for safe access for equestrians, it would definitely improve this project's usability by all members of the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Make a comment about the width of the trail. I mean, some years ago, there was some discussion about that, but a decision was made to really stay within the current footprint to the maximum extent possible. So I don't know, Mr. Porter, how this current plan would accommodate equestrians.
President Pine, we would need to evaluate what impact that has on the design. We were directed to basically put back what was there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we did. Our plans are to do that. If you would like us to take into account a 2-foot wide DG addition, there are some areas where I believe that's feasible. There's other areas where I know it's not. But in areas where we could put it in, we could certainly evaluate that.
We have. Yeah. Well, again, I know the direction in the past has been to keep the footprint. So I'm not really sure if that would be kind of a conflict with our prior guidance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think our commitment is to keep it within the existing footprint, so.
All right, do we have any other questions, comments?
No, I guess I would recommend that we select the recommendation from Mr. Porter and Stanford University, and I'd make a resolution to make a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the department to proceed with the alternative bank stabilization measures in collaboration with Stanford University, and B, revise and recirculate the initial study mitigated negative declaration for Alpine Road improvements.
Second. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for that report. Our next item concerns the government center development strategy. Again, this is a busy day for you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Pine. Thank you, President Pine. Members of the board, cue this up. and-
Could we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
I'm sorry, but
If that's the desire of the board, okay.
okay, where's my agenda go?
Yes. I'm waiting, yes. My second to last meeting. I'm a pro now. Okay, we're reconvening after a brief recess and proceeding with item 9, which is the 2014 Government Center Development Strategy. Mr. Porter.
Our Redwood City Government Center Master Plan. Take you through a little bit about where we've been since we rolled out the 2011 Facilities Master Plan, which really concentrated on Redwood City and the San Mateo County Medical Center properties. This update, we're really looking at the Redwood City campus itself. In 2011, there were two major themes that came out of that evaluation. The first theme was we need to make better use of the space that we have. So as part of that master plan, your board adopted space standards. And those space standards have been implemented in several projects that we've done since that time, including the Parks Department. If you get a chance to go up there, it's a very nice job. The press room. We've also done work in the county manager's office and in the district offices. And we're working to implement those space standards. The other major theme was that we try to consolidate county departments and county-owned space wherever possible. Now, right now, the county has a fairly large portfolio of buildings that we occupy, both lease space and county-owned space. The idea was to maximize use of our buildings and to try to get folks into our own buildings that we own, and that way we're actually being most cost-effective in our use of our real estate portfolio. About that time, we had the county had purchased the Circle Star office complex, and the Department of Public Works went in and we put in some kind of mock-ups about what the space standards would look like in new office furniture. And that area was planned, it was about 200,000 square feet of office space. That was planned for consolidation of county departments. As you know, the county received a very favorable offer on Circle Star, and that property has since left our portfolio. So now we have a pent-up demand for office space. And what we are proposing to you is a way to address some of the needs that we're seeing in terms of office space, ways to implement what was discussed in the 2011 master plan, and get some direction from your board as to how you would like to proceed. The other item that came up in 2011 was our County Office Building 1 and how we would address that. At the time, we presented cost data that showed that County Office Building 1 was most cost effectively dealt with by renovating that entire building. As you might recall, there was some seismic work that we needed to do in that building, and there were questions from your board whether it made sense to actually renovate versus demolish and reconstruct. And we have evaluated that again, and I will provide that information to you very quickly. In 2011, this is what you saw in terms of a master plan. If you orient yourself, on the left side of the screen is the old courthouse, furthest to the left. On the right side of the screen is Veterans Boulevard, and Middlefield Road runs adjacent to our campus. At the time, the master plan recommended building a new parking structure along Veterans, with possibly a building along Veterans at the corner of Veterans and Brewster. It also looked at developing a new county office building on what is now our motor pool site. It also looked at renovating County Office Building 1, and it also proposed a new County Office Building 3 on the site that we affectionately call the FATCO site, the First American Title Company site. The slide on your right shows kind of a 3D rendering of what that might look like. And here's what happened in 2014. We've got a little bit more data. As you can see, the plan is extremely similar to what was presented in 2011. There are two differences, though. On the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see we're proposing that the entire section from what is now 555, or County Office Building number 2, should be taken up by a parking structure. As you know, the county campus is very much impacted with parking right now. That's due to several things. The courts have consolidated operations on the Redwood City campus from North Branch and Central Branch, but also we're using our space more efficiently. So we've got more people on this campus. Also, Redwood City is growing leaps and bounds. And if you look at the way that parking patterns were occurring prior to Redwood City having a lot of construction, we had ample parking for our customers and some employees on the side streets. Now those side streets are taken by construction parking, and there's simply not enough room for our customers and our employees to park. So we did evaluate that. In the area next to County Office Building 1, which would be right across from our existing parking structure, we're now proposing a new public safety communications building that will include a new emergency operations center and a new data center. As you know, public safety communications has been in need of an upgrade for some time, and that has become a very high priority from our county manager, and that is the location that we believe is the most beneficial area for use of that, most beneficial land for that facility. And then we look at COB3, what could be a new County Office Building 3 is still in its existing site. This is a rendition, a 3D rendition of what that might look like. So as you can see, that building with the antenna on top, that's just a block of what a PSC building might look like, a PSC EOC building. And we show on the left side of the screen what a new parking structure might look like. I'd like to add that since the time the master plan was approved in 2011 to today, we've been able to work with PG&E to relocate a very large gas main out of what was the motor pool site. So there was a 32-inch diameter gas main that was running in that motor pool. That has now been relocated out to Winslow Street, which frees up that, that block for that construction. So that is what we're looking at today in terms of what a master plan looks like. We also had our consultants look at some other options for what we could do with the campus. And their other option that they proposed was, instead of extending a new parking garage all the way out to Veterans, they suggested perhaps you could put the public safety communications building on the corner of Brewster and Veterans. That was somewhat site constrained, and there was a desire on our part to consolidate the county operations close to the Hall of Justice and the two county office buildings. So we have our building cores all together and have the parking further out, out by Veterans. This master plan that we're presenting today still offers options for further development as necessary. You can see that the jury parking lot that is to the side or adjacent to a proposed new parking structure is still there, as is the child care center. So if the day comes when we need to further expand, we have the opportunity to do that. And I'll mention as well, for a new parking structure, we do have an agreement with the courts that we will maintain or will provide the courts with the amount of parking that they have today. So if we do receive your approval to proceed with a new parking structure, we'll work with the courts to come up with temporary court parking while we do the construction and make sure that they are provided the amount of spaces that they currently have in that location. In terms of parking, I know that's very difficult to read, but we had our consultant take a look at what the impacts of constructing a new public safety communications building, data center, and EOC on our motor pool site will in terms of displacing parking, as well as the parking that would get displaced by building a new parking structure. We also took a look at what the additional impact of staff would be by fully utilizing county office buildings 1 and 2. And that would be implementing the space standard so that we're maximizing the use of those buildings. And what we found is we're between 475 and 525 spaces short. So when we look at a new parking structure, we would be looking at a design for approximately 500 parking stalls in that location. In terms of costs, we wanted to make sure that the board had some fairly accurate estimates on what this might cost us moving forward. We have retained a cost estimating firm that has done this work for us. So what we're estimating is for a new public safety communications building, an EOC and data center, that will cost approximately $37 million to construct. There is an allocation within that budget to relocate our motor pool as well as the radio shop and remove the fueling facilities and remediate that area that are currently on that site. A new parking structure of approximately 500 stalls would cost in the neighborhood of $19 million. And then we also had Faithful and Gould take a very close look at what it would cost to work on County Office Building 1. And the numbers that you see are what they came up with. If we were to renovate that building, if it was vacant, so we kick everybody out, or we don't kick them out, but we find alternate space for those employees, and had that building, we would take it down to the steel and come back, do a seismic retrofit, replace all the mechanical systems. We could do that work for $40 million. If we renovate the building occupied, which would be a floor-by-floor renovation, there would be additional costs due to the timing and working around employees and interesting work hours that would result as part of that for the construction contractors. We're looking at roughly $56 million to do that. And then if we were to look at deconstructing and rebuilding that facility, that came in at approximately $66 million. That is a complicated process because you do need to demo that building, remove all the material. There are underground structures under there which are going to present an issue no matter which way we go. But it is more cost effective to renovate versus to deconstruct and rebuild. Then we also had our consultant look at what a new county office building might cost. So in looking at that, we took a look at what a 116,000 gross square foot building would be, which is about what County Office Building 1 is in terms of available square footage or gross square footage, excuse me. And that came in around $65 million. That would include demolition of the current facilities on site. Before we get into COB3, though, we would have to have extensive discussions with the courts because they do own the traffic court that is 500 County Center. So what we would envision, and I will get to that as we move on a little bit, in terms of sequencing. And let me talk a little bit about how we would sequence and what options the board has in terms of proceeding and how the department, what we would recommend in terms of going that way. But our first and foremost priority is to construct a new public safety communications building. Actually, the next item on your agenda is going to address that. But we have been working on that project diligently, and we will very soon ask your board to approve bridging documents to allow us to proceed with that, to proceed with getting construction bids from design build contractors. The next highest priority is to construct a 500 stall parking garage. So what we would do, based upon your board's authorization, is in the next budget process, begin budgeting for that parking garage. We would budget design over the next year and construction the following year. And this item 3 is where some choices should be made, and we're asking for your direction in this regard. There are 3 big things coming up. One is the renovation of 455 County Center. As we mentioned, we would recommend vacating the building and remodeling it for about $40 million. The other thing that we need to do is restack 555 County Center. And by restack, what we mean is go in and implement the space standards. I know varying floors have different levels of wear in that building, but that building was built about 15 years ago, and there are some needs for renovation. The mechanical systems are getting to a place where it's going to be good to take a look at those mechanical systems and implement new energy efficient HVAC in those buildings. And the third issue is building a new county office building 3 with underground parking. This is where I think the implementation of the master plan can really be availed. What we would envision, if we build a new county office building 3, we would like to place essentially the administrative function of the county in that building. We would build a new Board of Supervisors chamber. We would move your board offices and your district offices into that building. We would move over to the county manager's office as well as the county council's office and other appropriate departments that are currently off-site that we can consolidate onto our campus. And those are the ones that are really the administrative functions of the various departments. What that would do would free up the Hall of Justice, free up space for that. Yeah. We would try to work with the courts to move the traffic court into the Hall of Justice. Yeah. That would also allow us to improve the facilities for the Sheriff's Department that are right now in need of some expansion. For the rest of the space, that building could be repurposed for nonprofit organizations or NGOs that can work on a variety of issues for transitioning inmates into society or other functions that really revolve around the public safety aspect of that building. We think that it would probably be smart to keep the probation department and the sheriff's office in there with the courts and create a true public safety building. So in terms of timing, I've talked to our diligent staff, and we would have the capability to essentially perform many of these projects in parallel. We're currently working on PSC. We'd be able to go out and get the parking garage built next. We would suggest that the renovation of County Office Building 1 and construction of a new County Office Building 3 be performed very close together. Now, in terms of timing, if we vacate COB1, we need to find some place to put our employees. So we would work with real property to find a lease space nearby to transfer those employees while we do that construction. Or alternatively, we could construct a new County Office Building 3 prior to building or doing the renovations on County Office Building 1. Use County Office Building 3 as hoteling space while we do County Office Building 1, and then move staff back. So those are some options before you. Of course, our capital project staff would like to do everything in parallel, simultaneously, and get the job done. But we would really like to get direction from your board in terms of how you would like our staff to proceed. And what we'll do is we'll take your comments and feedback and roll that into the upcoming 2-year budget process. Let's see if in terms of scheduling, this was, again, prepared by our consultants with the encouragement of our staff. We're ready, willing, and able to take on these projects in parallel. But depending upon your direction, we can phase these out a little bit more. So that's about what a schedule would look like. But on a very aggressive timeline, we could complete this work by the end of the decade. And really, when you think about what we're doing, we are providing a roadmap in county facilities for the next 50 years. So we'll really have a government center that's ready to grow with this county and plan for the future. And that concludes my presentation. I know I threw a lot of information at you, and there's a lot to digest. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Sure.
COB1, if you just renovated, it would still take close to 4 years, almost 5. Does it take that long to renovate versus, would it be faster to rebuild it?
You know, that's a great question. I think in terms of timing, if we were to renovate, you basically have the sticks of the building there, so you don't have to come back and put the steel up. If you demolish, obviously you have to take everything out and start over again. I can get back to you on a more accurate timeline on that in terms of rebuilding. If we rebuild, that does give you other options. If we renovate, you have 116,000 gross square feet. If we demo, you could go up higher. I know Redwood City's specific plan for this area allows higher buildings than 5 stories, so that would be an option.
Just two, well, maybe questions. One, motor pool to Grant Yard, is it possible to move it to Tower Road, or is that not possible? And the other question I would have had to do with the courts. Couldn't they move to like South San Francisco or what used to be the North Court? As as an option, just an option.
Certainly. Let me address the first question. In terms of the motor pool, our current plan, excuse me, is to relocate the motor pool and the radio shop function to Grant Yard. Now, there's still going to be a need to have motor pool vehicles on this site because obviously employees are going to have cars. We would build in capacity in the parking garage for a few cars on site. I know we've been talking for years about right-sizing our fleet, and this would cause that right-sizing. In terms of Tower Road, excuse me, County Manager Malpe has directed the Public Works Department to look at Tower Road and to possibly move parts of our functions up to Tower Road. And perhaps
Let me make 2 comments. One would be on Tower Road and the other in relation to the courts. With respect to Tower Road, I've asked Jim to work both with Redwood City and the City of San Mateo to see if it's possible to consolidate our corporation yard functions. And he's doing that. I had a conversation recently with the city manager of San Mateo, who's also looking to relocate his corporation yard. From our standpoint, if there was sufficient room, Tower Road would be ideal given its location and proximity to the freeway. We would have to take a look probably at least the library headquarters function and the registrar of voters. They have an awful lot of space there. It used to be used for voting machines, probably can be consolidated. We also might want to look at those functions in consideration of a new building here, to relocate them here, to free up that space. So that's how it gets involved with this. As it relates to the courts, I've had some discussion with the courts regarding traffic court, and it's their considered opinion that the traffic court should be moved into this facility if we build a new one and have sufficient space, simply because of their operational considerations and costs.
Sure. I was just considering that as a potential temporary move if we had to.
And to further the county manager's comments, I have spoken with the city manager of San Mateo, and I've spoken with our senior cap projects manager. We're pursuing a study of the Tower Road site. We're calling it a master plan, but we're looking at what we can do on that site to consolidate a corp yard with the county and San Mateo up there. And then we're also on a parallel track working with Redwood City to look at keeping some road operations in this area. We do need a presence in this area because of the North Fair Oaks community. Mm-hmm. It's very large, but where Tower Road is at 280 and 92 is ideal for us to access the coast side. So it could be a very good situation for both San Mateo, Redwood City, and the county if we can find out how to more efficiently use our land.
Mm-hmm. So I had some questions on the 500 stall parking garage. So that would accommodated the current parking demand, but not the the county building 3. Is that right?
That's correct. So what the 500 stall facility will accommodate is restacking of COB1, so maximizing the use of those 2 facilities, as well as make up for some of the spaces we're losing at the motor pool. So you're correct. COB3 has a demand, depending upon what you look at, it's over 200 stalls. The estimate that we provided you at $56 million provides 100 underground parking stalls. And at this point, we're so early in that we haven't really looked at how we might address that delta, that additional need.
Because one thing that comes to mind is, underground parking is incredibly expensive.
Correct.
Could this parking garage either be bigger or have the ability to make it bigger in the future? Just a thought.
It certainly could. And in fact, we have a floor of underground parking in our current garage. One of the options is to extend that underground parking out to Brewster and Veterans and avail that underground space and go up further. So we could get some more spaces in there.
So if, ultimately, a lot of the functions that are here now, the county manager's office, county council, et cetera, all left this building, I assume the law library would probably have to come in here too, right? Because aren't we kind of looking at that as a residential, as a private property, a private development opportunity?
There is discussion of that. And county council could comment more fully. As I understand the law, the county's only obligation is to provide space for a law library. There's no indication of where that space might be. Certainly, there's some logic to bring it into one of these buildings in the future, should their present location be used for another purpose. I've also initiated conversations with Redwood City to see what's the feasibility of moving the law library in conjunction with the city library across from City Hall. So that's another possibility.
Because you had mentioned that there might be so much space remaining in this building that some NGOs could come. I mean, if that's the case, you probably would have room for the law library. So, if you did everything on this plan, right? I mean, so you'd be accommodating the employees we have now, the extra employees we're going to squeeze into existing facilities with better space planning, right?
Right.
And then I guess you'll be bringing leased employees into this campus, right?
That's correct.
And then you'd have to have some estimates of growth. Although again, who knows with how that could go.
Right.
With things like agile workforce and such. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe I haven't had. One thing I'm going to suggest, and I think might warrant another discussion. Particularly, I'd like to have Supervisor Groom involved.
Sure.
And give us some time to really kind of noodle on this, because there's a lot of moving pieces, with Tower Road, with parking, with, what goes up, what goes down. I know, I really want to really understand the demands that are coming, where all these people are coming from,
So just a quick comment. When we were looking at the master plan in 2011, we had Circle Star in mind in terms of taking some of the folks out of lease space. When that went away, we lost 200,000 square feet. We have major leases coming up in 2017 and 2019. So we know that there are folks and that's basically HSA admin that is coming out of a lot of space. We're not going to be able to get anything constructed in time to move them in, but there is an opportunity to extend leases, allow us to construct, and move the administrative functions back onto the campus. There's always going to be a need for lease space for basically the clinics and the public outreach that's in the community. So that will continue to lease space, but we do want to bring the admin functions in that we can.
Mr. President, the purpose for this discussion was really to open those discussions and to give context to the next item, which is the public safety dispatch communications. I will add one more thing, and that is a number of years ago, we initiated discussions which really never went anywhere with our unions that represent employees that park on the site to have paid parking on the site, and then, of course, to provide reimbursement to employees to use it. That would then give them a choice of whether they wanted to continue to park on the site or use alternatives to public parking. And that could impact the parking demand on the site too. So it might be timely as we look to the next 5 years to reintroduce those discussions too.
And again, this is the first time I've really looked at this is, query whether the new building 3 might be, maybe this was said, might be taller. So maybe we don't need county building 1. Maybe you could tear it down and not rebuild it. I guess there's multiple options. I mean, obviously your guidance is going to be very important, but I think it'd be helpful to probably have at the right time have you meet with individual supervisors so we can get our heads into this and have a study session.
President Putnam, I think that's a great idea. There are some pent-up demands in County Office Building 1. We have a lot of aging HVAC equipment. That building is our #1 energy hog on campus. So we would, it will be important for us to meet with individual board members and bring this back in more detail. So you understand, there's a lot of moving parts to this puzzle. we can lay this out in a little bit more coherent fashion
It's all, you know, it's
and
incredibly
allow you
exciting.
to make a decision.
As you're saying, you know, what's exciting but also kind of daunting is you're basically making the space plan for the rest of the century. You know, so we really should get it right. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's good direction. We'll come back with a more detailed study on where people would come from, what the department feels is a good way to proceed, receive input from your board, and then we'll come back and have this discussion again.
That'd be great.
Sound good?
There may be a few more comments though.
Yeah, just a couple questions. Thank you, Mr. President. The parking structure that's there today, Mr. Porter, how many spaces does it have?
It's over 800, I believe.
Is that right?
It's quite a few. Yeah, I believe it's over 800.
Okay. This may seem a little crazy, but did you think about going up in the renovation of, I guess it's COB 1? You know, Redwood City is building that 10-story building across the street. Is that a possibility to go up on that building?
Well, on the existing structure?
Yeah.
That would be quite a challenge because one of the outputs of the seismic analysis was that we need to beef up the foundation system itself.
I gotcha.
And there's an underground floor under there. And in order to beef up that structure, we need to install micropiles. So if we go higher, that's more weight on the foundation and also more overturning in a seismic event. So it starts to get a little complicated.
I gotcha. In the 555 building, that's COB2?
Correct.
555. What happens to the lobby of that area in this restacking? Do those lobby areas shrink? Don't quite understand what you mean by restacking.
So what we mean by restacking is that right now, when we surveyed office space in these buildings, it varies tremendously based upon who's been there, what departments have done. Up until this point, departments individually did space planning on their floors. And as a result, we have a lot of different types of floor plans throughout the county. Part of the 2011 master plan included implementing an IWMS, Integrated Work Management System. And what that did was basically take AutoCAD drawings of all the floors and put them in a computerized system to where when we now have requests from departments for new space or modified space, we go in and we look at what they've got and we look at what the space standards are. And we work within those space standards. So we found in County Office Building 1 that we can get 20 to 30% more efficient use of that space if we were to implement space standards. Now, that does include maintaining the entrance into COB2. When you walk in, there's that nice open space. It's 2 stories high. But that would include more efficient use of the floors, of all floors. So I know the first floor, there's certainly some room for improvement there. The 4th floor has quite a bit of room for improvement. So I know that in the 5th floor where we are, we actually are suggesting and will likely propose to your board that we restack the 5th floor of COB2, which is where Public Works is, as a pilot of what a full floor would look like. So we think we can get more efficient use of those buildings, get more people in them, simply by implementing the space standards within the current footprint.
Thank you. Just one last thing. I've always had this vision of that 555 lobby area as an integrated customer service area where the tax cycle departments, the tax collector, the controller, assessor, could have an integrated customer counter down there that would serve, you know, all 3 departments, as opposed to if you have tax collector business, you go there, and if you have assessor business, you go up there, and if you have controller business, you go upstairs, I guess. I'm just putting in a plug to have somebody look at that sort of integrated service model where constituents could be served all in one space on the ground floor rather than having to travel
That's an
around.
excellent comment. That is happening too with planning and building and public works. We've got folks that need a permit from planning and building, and then they go across to public works. We're trying to incorporate one-stop shops wherever possible, and that is what we would look at when we restack these floors.
Nice. Thank you.
It looks like it requires a motion, so I'd make a motion accepting the 2014 Government Center Development Strategy
and and giving the directions to the Director of Public Works to continue implementation of its recommendations.
Has been a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We've got one.
Okay, then our,
You're still up there.
right, the next item is concerning the bridging documents.
His feet are glued to the ground there.
I will be very efficient
all
on
right.
this item. The next item I'd like to present to you is our new Emergency Management Center, which I've been calling the PSC EOC Data Center. As we just went through on the last presentation, the preferred site for a new Emergency Management Center is adjacent to the current parking garage and immediately north of COB1 or 455 County Center. This shows you a depiction of that site. As I mentioned, we've cleared the site of a PG&E gas main. We still have some work to do in terms of removing the motor pool and the fuel tanks that are out there, but that is the suggested site. What you're seeing here is a block diagram of what that structure could look like. This hasn't been architecturally prepared. This simply shows for the functions in the building, this is about how much space it's going to take. To the, I guess, the bottom right of the screen is the parking garage in COB2. What we're trying to do is integrate the building into the walkway that goes between COB1 and COB2 in the parking garage. As you see, and it's a little difficult to see, there will be an attachment to that plaza with a patio area and an overhang of that building. That is essentially what the architects are recommending at this point. The building will be 3 stories. The primary purpose for this building is a public safety communications building. The 3rd floor of this building is intended to be occupied by public safety communications. This provides adequate space for their current operations as well as room for expansion moving forward. In this building as well will be a new emergency operations center. So, you know, we've got our current EOC that is the jury room, which presents a problem when you have court in session during an emergency. We're going to build a new essential facility, which means the building standards are the highest level of protection and rigidity for a structure for an earthquake and other types of disasters to be able to run emergency operations in the event of a disaster. That will occupy portions of the 1st and 2nd story. And then we're also going to place the data center in there. The data center is currently in County Office Building 1. And I would defer to the IT experts, but their equipment is nearing the end of their useful life. The space is inefficient. We will put a new facility in this building to protect our servers and everything that goes along with them. This is a section through the building. You'll see the larger EOC portion of it is 2 stories tall. When we're not actively having emergency operation exercises or training, that can actually be used as meeting spaces. And it's a large meeting space. I think one of the things that the county really doesn't have right now is a place for large groups to gather. The Employee Service Awards are a good example. This space could be used for that, obviously when we're not in an emergency situation. As I mentioned, public safety communication will go on the 1st floor. OES, the Office of Emergency Services, will be in this building as well. This just shows you what the 3 floors will look like. Again, this is block diagrams. It shows the offices, the EOC, the PSC areas. There's training rooms in there. We do have an underground basement connection to County Office Buildings 1 and 2. So right now we would put in a tunnel so that we've got underground access to all facilities. In terms of cost, the total cost on the building is estimated at $37 million. This includes moving the motor pool out, as well as the radio shop, removing the fuel tanks, and getting the site ready. And it includes all soft costs as well. In terms of schedule, this is the same schedule that you saw on the prior slide. We are basically asking your approval for us to seek design build bids for the building itself. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Questions?
Approval of the recommendation of adopting a resolution, accepting the bridging documents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Second.
And actually, I do have a quick question, if I might.
Sure.
Why do we need an underground connector?
Connector?
Or what, you said we're gonna have to do an underground connection way?
We go back. Right now, we have secure access between the Hall of Justice, County Office Building 1, and County Office Building 2. Depending upon the type of emergency that there is, it may be a good idea to have that underground access for public safety personnel to get to that building. I know security has been an issue expressed by the public safety communication folks. We do have secure parking below our current parking garage. If we put this in the underground tunnel, basically, especially at night, the PSC staff can park in the secure parking and make their way in a secure fashion to the building itself without having to go outside at 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay. And then, you mentioned this multi-use facility, and just wanted to reemphasize that, we really do have a great shortage of meeting space. And every time we do a function here, we typically have to go hunt for space, and that would be a nice benefit. Among, of course, it would be secondary to the primary purposes, but it would be a nice benefit. So we have a motion made and second. Any other questions or comments? Then, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. County Manager report.
Mr. President, members of the board, in the interest of the hour, and you have a 1:30 hearing coming up, you may want to take a recess. I'll answer any questions you may have.
And I suppose you want to defer board member reports till after the 1:30 session? That way we can have a little more time for... Yeah. Okay, very good. Then we are going to reconvene at 1:30. All right, good afternoon. We're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, November 18th. So we're considering 2 items today, both concerning the base operation. So the first item is an appeal of the Planning Commissioner's approval of an off-street parking exception. So we'll begin with a report by Mr. Monowitz. With this item, as with the next item, base has requested extra time to make sure that they can communicate their perspectives. Asked for 20 minutes, and we're going to go ahead and allow that, but the neighbors would also have 20 minutes. So we may have a little longer testimony than usual, but given the importance of the matter to both the neighbors and to base, we will be taking a little extra time. So we'll start with you, Mr. Monowitz, and then we will hear from base on the parking issue.
Thank you, President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Byers. The first matter before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of an off-street parking exception required to enable the Bay Area catering and events business to operate from a new location at 3250 Middlefield Road on the corner of 6th Avenue in North Fair Oaks. The parking exception is required because the parking lot at the proposed new location has 6 spaces, whereas the county's parking regulations require 12 spaces. This is based on the amount of space that will be used by the business and the presence of an office on the 2nd floor. In instances such as these, the zoning regulations allow for exceptions to off-street parking requirements when proposed facilities are in nearly as compliance with the parking regulations as are reasonably possible. To this end, the applicant proposes to dedicate the 6 spaces available within the parking lot to the 5 vans and the single box truck that the business uses for deliveries. Parking for employees is proposed to take place at an off-site private parking lot located at 2949 Edison, where 15 spaces have been secured for the owner and her 14 employees to park their cars. Since this off-street parking lot is approximately half a mile away from the proposed new location for the catering business, the employees would be shuttled to and from the business or ride bikes. Another aspect of the project that's not directly related to the request for an off-street parking exception is the need for a building permit to undertake the interior modifications required to conduct the catering business. This slide shows the proposed new location for the catering business on Middlefield Road in an area designated neighborhood mixed use by the North Fair Oaks Community Plan, as well as the location of the proposed off-site parking area along Edison, which is within the M1 zoning district where parking is a permissible use. This is an aerial view of the proposed new site for the catering business on the corner of 6th and Middlefield. And here's an aerial view of the proposed location for the off-site parking at the corner of Edison and 2nd with the Dumbarton Railroad tracks visible on the top of the screen. The next few slides show the parking area behind the building at 3250 Middlefield Road. And the parking plan submitted by the applicant indicates that they could accommodate 6 spaces in this area. The requested off-street parking exception was considered by the North Fair Oaks Community Council on August 7th, and the Community Council recommended denial of the exception based on the following concerns. One was regarding the nature of the business, which they believe was not neighborhood serving. They thought an industrial space would be a better fit. They were concerned about after-hours deliveries and activities, which would cause impacts to nearby residents. They identified problems with parking that currently exist in the vicinity, and they were also concerned about our ability to enforce the terms of the parking exception. The application was subsequently heard by the Planning Commission on 2 occasions. At the first hearing, on August 27th, the Planning Commission indicated that it was not inclined to accept the staff's recommendation of a conditional approval and directed staff to return with findings for denial. The Planning Commission also asked staff to return with revised conditions of approval. The requested information was presented to the Planning Commission on September 24th, at which time the Planning Commission voted to approve the off-street parking exception with the revised conditions of approval on the basis that the parking plan was nearly in compliance with the county parking requirements as was reasonably possible. An important condition that was added during this hearing, which enabled the PC to reach this decision, was the requirement to secure a 5-year lease for the off-site parking location in order to ensure that it would remain available during the entire 5-year term of the off-street parking exception. On October 8th of this year, the Planning and Building Department received an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval that contended, among other things, that the off-street parking arrangement is unenforceable. When investigating this issue, staff learned that the owner of the off-street parking lot will not agree to a 5-year lease. About 1 week later, on October 14th, staff received complaints of construction activities within the proposed new location and confirmed that work had indeed taken place without the necessary building permits and prior to complying with the conditions of the off-street parking exception approved by the Planning Commission. And this resulted in the issuance of a stop work notice, which is still in effect at the proposed new location. So in light of this new information, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors uphold the appeal and deny the parking exception. This recommendation is based on the applicant's inability to secure a 5-year lease for the off-site parking location and the applicant's failure to comply with building permit requirements. Without a long-term lease for the off-site parking location and without a clear commitment by the applicant to abide by the terms of the off-street parking exception as approved by the Planning Commission, staff does not believe that the board can find that the proposed parking plan is as nearly in compliance with the county's parking requirements as is reasonably possible. And I believe that there is some additional new information that's come to light, which council would like to present.
Yes, thank you, Director Monowitz. Yes, so one, arguably, probably more than arguably, very material fact that just came to light, and this is a new development that came to light yesterday afternoon to my office, is that the Bay Area Catering and Events, or BASE, the same corporation that is before us today, seeking this parking exception, it appears to be in a suspended corporate status. And that is according to the Franchise Tax Board website, which is publicly available information. According to this website, BASE is a suspended corporation under state law, and it's been suspended again according to this website since 2011. So for over 3 years, and apparently it was suspended for failure to pay taxes. And then in 2013 was also cited for failure to pay registration fees and to file an annual report. So again, based on public information, this corporation has been suspended for several years. Now, what does it mean to be a suspended corporation? According to the Revenue and Taxation Code, it means a lot. It means that all powers, privileges, and rights to operate as a business are suspended. So you're not able to operate as a lawful business. Now, of course, it's up to the state, the Franchise Tax Board and the Secretary of State to enforce that. It's not something that this Board of Supervisors has enforcement authority over, but it's something I thought you needed to know. As a practical matter, the Revenue and Taxation Code is actually pretty clear on this too. That it means that any contract is automatically voidable. So if another party to a current contract, such as this individual who is willing to enter into some form of a lease for additional parking for a base, has the right to void the contract automatically. It also means that the landlord on Middlefield Road, who is the owner of the property, who's entered into a lease with BASE, also has the right to automatically void the contract. So whether they do so or not is obviously up to them. But we mentioned this to you so that you can at least consider this new development to the extent it might have any bearing on your decision today. Obviously, the corporation or itself or through their lawyer has the opportunity to address this issue. We did bring it to the attention of the lawyer for the corporation this morning, and so he's aware of it, and I'm undoubtedly will address it. So again, I want to bring it to your attention as a possible additional consideration for you. I mean, in a broader sense, this appears to be a development appears to be sort of further indication that this is the business that doesn't appear to comply with conditions imposed by different levels of government. But that's sort of more of a broader comment I might make. But in any event, I share that with you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Byers. Any questions for Mr. Monowitz at this time? So seeing none, so Mr. Cagle, if you'd like to make any remarks that you and your team might want to present to us in a coordinated way, we'll again, kind of the coordinated presentation would be up to 20 minutes.
I'd like to introduce Rose Genoa, who's the CPA of BASE. Go ahead.
Hi, yes. In listening to the statement, yes, indeed, the corporation is currently suspended, but the 2011 date is when they initially incorporated. They recently got suspended for the non-filing of a return, but we're currently on the process of reactivating the corporation. and actively working with the Franchise Tax Board, as well as the Secretary of State.
Excuse me one moment. Mina, we need to get the clock running. Okay.
Just stay here for you. So we didn't understand, we didn't have notice, apparently because the 2011 taxes, the notice went to the address of the 2011 tax address, which was the old headquarters. And anyway, we didn't have notice of it. So I think that, and my client, Sandra Perez Negron, has just told me that she didn't know that the parking lot owner wasn't willing to give a 5-year lease. Because up to now, we always thought there was a 5-year lease, there was an oral agreement. So where do we stand now? So what we stand now is that we're working as individuals in the North Fair Oaks kitchen, and we have a right to stay there for the next 6 years. So, I mean, that's just a nightmare for us and for the county and for the taxpayers. And in my brief that I left for you, and I hope you read it, I said that there were 201 false complaints, and I found out today, and it'll be verified, no, there were 283 false complaints made against Base. So what you've got is civil disobedience, and there's other things involved, but I don't want to be calling names. Mr. Pine, I have a question for you. With regard to the amortization part, are we going to have that at the end of this?
The amortization will be a separate item, and will be.
Okay, well, let's just say that you do not give us time enough to find another parking spot, because I think we should have that time. And in any case, we're going to ask you for a 2-month extension because we want to be reinstated, number one, and number two, we'll solve the problem. We'll solve it. So we didn't have any notice of any of this at all, okay? So, I mean, what we've got now is we've got an application for Base, but Base is really not legally here. So we're asking for 2 months so that we can solve the situation. But let's look at what happens if you deny it just straight out today. What'll happen is that we'll be in the North Fair Oaks kitchen, and that's it. That's going to be the end of it. And if you amortize us out of there, or try to amortize us out of there, it's going to be all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. So Dr. Philip Allman is here. He would like to explain to you, and I guess in the next segment, how amortization works and exactly why we can't make a dent in the amortization formula over the next six years of the lease. And that's why we're there if you try to use amortization against us. We've always tried to do everything we possibly could to accommodate the county. In my brief, we had agreed to every single thing the Planning Commission asked for, and they agreed that we were serving local people. We presented evidence that we were serving local people. We even had a walk-up window offer so that people could come there, and then they decided, well, let's not do that. We're not taking any deliveries from big trucks. We're going out and we're getting deliveries and bringing them in the back door in our vans. And so what we've got here is a nightmare, and I'm asking you to defer this for 2 months till we get back on our feet and find out what's going on. At this point, for the time I left, there's 15 minutes left, I think that the presentation as to what the parking situation should be presented. We have a PowerPoint here. Jim Brandon, who's our contractor, he'd like to talk to you.
Thank you, lady and gentlemen, for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Bay Area Catering and Events. The first thing I want to say has to do with the unauthorized construction. I was a contractor on the North Fair Oaks site, and I was brought into these proceedings many months, over a year ago. I do not want anyone here to think that the construction that was reported, that was unauthorized, had anything to do with me. I didn't authorize it. I didn't know about it. It was an unfortunate incident. It was an honest mistake by Sandra's brother, who was overseeing the company's operations while she was on maternity leave. And I might add, it was a very stressful maternity period for her. She was not aware of it. None of us were aware of it until I received an email communication from the planning director, at which time I told him that Sandra's brother was not aware that the law did not permit him to do this. He has little or no experience in construction. So I hope that's clear to everyone here, friends and adversaries alike. Now, regarding the parking permit, as I said previously when we presented this before the Planning Commission, I've done a lot of PowerPoint shows, and I don't want to reiterate what's on these slides. You're all literate people. You can see what's there for themselves. It's simply our effort to demonstrate that we are a part of the community. We have made strenuous efforts to be good neighbors. We've complied with every request put to us by the county. And with respect to the parking permit, I want to begin by pointing out that the over $30-some thousand that we spent to be in compliance with the requests and demands of the county. And again, I'm not going to itemize these items. I'm not going to read rote. You're all literate. You can see them. But we did go to considerable expense and effort to be in compliance prior to the decision to try and seek another location. There have been many things said about Bay Area catering events in public meetings and in site visits by officials from the county that were simply untrue. And some of those rumors have persisted. I heard one gentleman say at the site visit that I believe some of you might have attended a year or so ago, certainly attended by members of the Planning Commission and many of the interested neighbors, that number one, Bay Area Catering had 30 or 40 trucks, which is just a preposterous notion. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not attributing these kinds of things to all of the people who are opposed to Bay Area Catering's presence on North Fair Oaks or to our attempt to move to this new location. But there are some individuals in this who have misrepresented the facts. In addition to that, the rumor was going around that we were pumping waste into the sewers at night, when in fact we had trucks there cleaning out grease traps that we installed without them being required at our expense in order not to foul the public sewer system. Okay. This is a list of the vehicles that the company has. There are a total of 6 work vehicles, 6, not 30 or 40, not dozens, not some unspecified number, and 3 vehicles that are vehicles by the owner. I think I just pushed the wrong button. So much for my experience as a PowerPoint presenter. We do have 15 spaces rented, and I am also taken by surprise by the news that has not been communicated to us that we can't obtain a multi-year lease from the owner of the parking spaces on Edison. And we will certainly be looking into that and seeing what, if anything, can be done to correct that situation. But in terms of the current situation, we have their approval to mark dedicated spaces, be clearly identified as for our purposes only. We also have 6 authorized spaces at the facility on Middlefield. So we have a total of 21 parking spaces reserved, which is several in excess of what our requirements, the county has put upon us. This is a list of Bay Area catering employees who live in the community. One of the persistent rumors was that we were not, in fact, connected to the community, that we were somehow some kind of outsiders coming in to take advantage of our situation and profit from it. We have a list of local customers, and I'll be real happy to provide you with hard copies of this. Had I known it would be so hard to read, I would have anticipated that. Now, the last thing that came up was we're going to provide bicycles for the shuttling of employees, as well as a shuttle van, so that there won't be any temptation to park off-site, to park on the street, or to violate the conditions which we agreed to with the approval of the planning commissioners. We're going to make every effort to continue. We're going to continue to make every effort to be good neighbors. And that's, unless you have some questions for me, that's really all I have to say regarding the parking situation.
Thank you.
I would ask that a vote not be taken at the end of this until we make our amortization presentation, because they're so connected. You may hear complaints that our employees are now parking all over Fair Oaks, and if there's 283 complaints made, how come they never made one about parking? I mean, you've got a situation where these people are just plain flat out lying. Some of them are. And 283 times, I don't see how you can ignore that. So why don't we have some peace? Let us move over there. We'll solve the parking. And I would like to save the next 7 minutes to our presentation on amortization, if that's possible.
I would like to keep the amortization presentation to the 20 minutes.
Okay.
Really not going to take time from one to the other.
Okay. So I don't want to.
President Pine, is it your desire then to deal with the amortization issue now rather than consider the parking exception first and then move on to amortization?
But the way the agenda is structured is we have the parking item first and the amortization second.
Correct.
And unless you advise us otherwise, I thought we would deal with the parking matter. It's suggested by Mr. Cagle that maybe we should vote on that after amortization, but unless you advise otherwise, I think we're going to take action on the parking right after we hear the testimony.
It's entirely up to the pleasure of the board how you want to sequence these. I mean, it's set up to deal with the parking exception first and to move on to amortization, which are the two sort of separate distinct items. But again, it's up to the pleasure of the board. So I leave it to your discretion.
Mr. President,
Yes,
maybe the confusion is Mr. Cagle's asking for 20 minutes on this item and 20 minutes on the.
We will have
right?
20 minutes on the other item.
Right.
Yes.
If the point is simply that what do we have? We're going to have, if you decide that you're not going to grant the parking permit, then Middlefield Road is out. That puts us squarely in to North Fair Oaks for the next 6 years. And the stakes are really, really high. it is the antithesis of what these protesters want. They don't want us in North Fair Oaks anymore. We don't want to be in North Fair Oaks. And in truth and in fact, we tried to move out of North Fair Oaks, and then a person named Ram Fish went and poisoned the well at the for us trying to get a permit at the Emerald Market. And then he also deep sixed us with LinkedIn, which was our major client. We became overextended. We have all these back payroll taxes, and they have to be dealt with first because they're necessary and proper business expenses. So that's why they're interconnected. So if you deny it or don't give us a chance to improve it, so I'm asking you, I'm begging you, please let us get a chance. Please give us a chance to be reinstated with the Secretary of State and to get a solution with parking. We didn't know anything about it. This is like an ambush for us. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, so we understand your request is to not take action on the item today. You know, again, the board will discuss that after we hear the testimony from everyone.
Thank you.
So I will now ask the neighbors. You know, if you have a coordinated presentation, you can make that now. And after that, anyone in the public can speak for 2 minutes thereafter.
President Pine, this may, while we're waiting for folks to get organized and address the podium.
No, you can go ahead and set yourself up. But go ahead, Mr. Byers.
Just to address Mr. Kegel's, I guess, assertion about it being an ambush and the earlier assertion about there being a possible lack of notice. I mean, it's very unlikely that the Franchise Tax Board did not provide appropriate notice. By statute, they have to provide notice of suspension, and they provide notice to the agent for service of process, which is Rosa Guyana, who is standing before you today. So obviously, if there's a notice issue, they'd have to take it up with the state, but it's pretty unlikely.
We can't have a debate in that fashion. Okay, we're now going to hear from the neighbors.
Hi.
Oh, no, you don't have to. You don't have to lean. It will pick you up.
I have to.
No, you can just stand normally. It will pick you up.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Thank you. Well, I bow to County Council, but I do question the propriety of these proceedings, and I just want to say that it's my understanding that whoever is representing the company today isn't able to do so using the name of Bay Area Catering, and it's my understanding that Bay Area Catering is a non-entity under California law. That said, let's get going. I'm representing the appeal, which was put together by people from all the way between Fair Oaks and Semicircular, which is a large area of North Fair Oaks. We stand by all our comments, everything written and spoken that went into the appeal and the proceedings beforehand, and enter them by reference now into the record. However, we are very happy today to support the Planning Department in its recommendation to deny a parking exception for 3250 Middlefield. There are many big issues which I could raise, specifically the North Fair Oaks plan, all the time, the resources that went into it, and the fact that a project that is out of compliance with general plan is out of compliance with CEQA. However, I know that the board is very well versed in all the issues. So I thought today I would just pick on 2 or 3 of the topics that came up during previous hearings that seemed to be knotty problems that created a sort of murkiness in people's understanding. People couldn't agree on how to interpret them. And I'm going to try and shed a little light on those. we've all seen those detective shows on TV where they say, we've been looking at this the wrong way. So that's what I'm going to attempt to do, is to look at it in a different way. The first thing is parking exception. I don't have regulations before me, but I believe they can be granted in cases of practical difficulties and unusual hardship. Am I correct? Is that the wording? So I looked at this and thought, what is the hardship here? In this instance, we have a company that is that is choosing to move into new premises. The hardship appears to me to be akin to going into a store to buy a dress and trying on one that is a few sizes too small. That is the nature of the hardship. So I think it's a fundamental question whether there really is hardship in this case that justifies a parking exception. I think we're all getting very familiar with the concept of carbon credits, and that things release carbon into the atmosphere and other things store and take carbon out of the atmosphere, like vegetation. And I was looking at traffic. The businesses on Middlefield do bring traffic to the area, undoubtedly, and that is why they need every available space, both on Middlefield and on the side roads. But what hasn't been said is that they also remove traffic from the roads, many trips, by dint of being surrounded by residential areas, so that if you live in the neighborhoods close to Middlefield, you don't get in a car every time you need a quart of milk or a tomato or some cat food, nor, for that matter, to take your friends out to dinner, to go to the ice cream parlor, to get your grandmother's ring resized, to get your cushion reupholstered, to get your shoes mended, to get your taxes done, to get your teeth cleaned, and so forth. All these are potential trips that, by having that type of shopping street in a residential area, removes trips from traffic from the streets. So I looked at this property and said, does this business do that? Does it remove any trips from the street? Well, it doesn't. There's nothing to go there for. There's no pedestrian traffic that is being prevented by its being there. In fact, it's releasing carbon into the atmosphere, literally and figuratively, by the activity of the trucks. So another of the issues that was, caused a lot of confusion is, what is wrong with catering? We all love food. It sounds so nice. And of course, the answer is catering is a red herring. Let me see if I can find a slide. This is it's a little small. That's the health department license. And as you see, Base is licensed as a commissary. And I didn't bring the definition of a commissary, but it's a business that supplies vehicles. It supplies vehicles, food vehicles. And this is also too small to read, but it's a statement from the owners saying that trucks come and go and come and go and come and go and come and go throughout the day. And what does that sound like? That sounds like a UPS depot. So what we're talking about is not food, but intensity of traffic, a manufacturing operation that is delivering and with a large number of trucks. So I think that's been, a very, very big misunderstanding. What is wrong in this instance with trying to fit this thing into the dress that's 2 sizes too small is the scale of the operation and the intensity of the operation, which are completely out of scale with all the other businesses on Middlefield. Now, parking, just to show you what 6th Avenue looks like on a typical weekday. This operation with multiple trucks coming and going throughout the day, it's sort of a murky area how big their fleet is. Nobody seems to know. But there's number 5, 2, 7, 8, 9. Another one that's been in the lot for a couple of months, moved a couple of times maybe. So what is the size of this operation? What is the scale of it? At the Planning Commission hearings, well, let me just say that we completely support planning's finding that the conditions of approval would be very hard to keep. It's sort of a flag to my mind if you have to put 20 conditions on something. It just looks as though it's not really a good fit. It's an awful lot to deal with. And Zoe Kirstein Tucker mentioned that it didn't look like a way a company could thrive when it's dealing with these sort of problems. And as well, since July, this company has had 2 premises, one on Fair Oaks and one on Middlefield. And so it's had 2 lots of parking lots, and still it is not able to fit its vehicles into the spaces provided. They park, there they are on 2nd at Spring, more at 2nd and Spring. They're there every day at 2nd and Spring. Another one, that one in front of the truck is an unmarked vehicle that belongs to the company or somebody at the company that was in that spot for several days. There it is. There they are at 2nd and Middlefield. Again at 2nd and Middlefield, and blocking the traffic at 2nd and Middlefield. Somebody has to move past. So I think it's fair to say that keeping the parking conditions would be difficult. For the neighbours who live near the Middlefield site, we have seen, I would hate to be working there because it would drive me crazy. Backing out to let other people in, blocking the street, in, out all day long. Where are you going to park? And indeed, can you blame them? They park on the street. These are all, oh, that's a picture of the street again. Oops. It looks like some of my pictures have gone missing in the, a lot of them have gone missing, but there we go. That's where I'm supposed to be next. So there are also visitors to the site. We see I have other trucks coming in. More traffic. Another thing that wasn't mentioned, that planning didn't mention, is that if you look at the lease, it's a joint occupancy. So there's the owners are there with 2 vehicles every day, and they have to park in the lot or on the street. They also have people coming to the building. So it's another of those murky areas that really nobody could get a hold on. Now, conditions, being difficult to keep the conditions. Deliveries are supposed to be within the parking lot, but there isn't any space in the parking lot, so there they park on the street. It doesn't really matter if it's for the catering company or the owner. The deliveries are on the street. And there's another one. Oh, that's another repeat of my pictures. I think you're going to get a lot of repeats here because I'm not a technical wizard. Um, so I think I'm going to not talk all afternoon. Very simply, the conditions are a sort of sign that something's wrong. They're mitigations that not only you're expecting to be needed, but have been shown to be needed in the past. And I completely, I would say all the people involved in the appeal completely support the view that they would be very hard to respect. So we stand by our appeal, and we would appeal to you today to deny this parking exception. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. So we have some other members of the public who would like to speak. In one or two
I just
cases.
wanted to say I forgot one thing, and that is safety. A lot of complaints about safety, fast driving. I've seen the drivers on the phone, and there we go. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
So I'll call, is it Beta Bartholomew? I'm sorry, then it's Jim, followed by Jim Brandon.
President Pine, I take it we're opening the public hearing on the parking exception matter then?
Yes, we are. I think, wasn't the prior testimony part of the public hearing?
It may have been part of the sort of the presentation of the
Okay, well-
balance. You might want to clarify that.
All right, so I guess as a formal matter, we're opening the public hearing, and please proceed.
My name's Beata Bartholomew. I live near to the current base location on Fair Oaks. I think I'll start by mentioning that yesterday morning I was out for a walk before 7 a.m. and there was a very large truck, not an 18-wheeler. I'm not sure how to describe large trucks, but it was bigger than like a box truck doing deliveries. So I just kind of want to second on, I do not believe a parking exception should be granted at the new location. I've catered. Catering requires food being delivered. Catering requires that the trucks pick up trays of food. So even if the trucks are off-site, they need to show up. And once they're done delivering at their catered event, they need to bring the empty containers back. And so emphasizing again that this is a traffic consideration in an area that has just been approved to go 3 lanes with a bike lane and extra wide sidewalks. And we're creating just an astronomical traffic situation for something that doesn't service the neighborhood.
Thank you. We have Jim Brandon, followed by David Bowie. Oh, okay. All right. So if David Bowie is here, then Laura Kaplan.
Hi. So mine be really quick. I just wanted to add, oh, thanks for having me, by the way. But I just wanted to add that in addition to base, we've shown pictures of, I think Penny showed a picture of J&V Catering. And then we've also shown pictures of and videos of Peninsula Catering, bringing food from the base facility and loading it into their vehicles. So it's in addition to base, it's 3 companies really using one facility. Okay, thank you.
And Laura Kaplan, and followed by Stuart Sussman.
Hi, I'm Laura Kaplan, and I am a resident near the current location for base. Also on the North Fair Oaks Council, which you know voted against the recommending the exception. And to just reiterate briefly, obviously, because we already have a huge parking shortage in the area, we have the Middlefield Road redesign, which, as mentioned, is going to conflict with this. It also conflicts with the North Fair Oaks plan. I think that I just want to say the reason for the North Fair Oaks plan is that we have an area which has a high population density, low economic threshold, or rather low income concentration, and it's something of a blighted area, which is what the North Fair Oaks plan was designed to address. And I think that it got that way because of allowing businesses to come in and cut corners and having the county look the other way and or not have the resources to enforce problems. So, and unfortunately, a number of businesses counted on having that kind of a situation. And with the plan looking forward, we were attempting to change this. So I hope that we'll keep that in mind and not make a decision giving into threats. I understand that the county has tried very hard to work with this business because they've been threatening lawsuits, and I don't think that's the way to govern, to give into threats. I think we need to step up and take a look at what's right for the people of this community, even though this new region around Middlefield isn't as well organized, perhaps, as the neighborhood where base currently is, and doesn't maybe have as many spokespeople coming up to say this. It would be a big problem here, and I would hate to see this happen to that part of the neighborhood, to foist it off essentially on an area that is more low income and less well organized, and continuing the problems. Thank you.
And we have Stuart Sussman, followed by Margie Kahn.
Hello, thank you for hearing the public comment. My name is Stuart Sussman. I live on 7th Avenue, right near Middlefield Road. I've had a look at all the documents that are on your website associated with this appeal, and they themselves seem to make a pretty good case that this parking exception should be denied. And I add my voice to that chorus, asking you to please deny this parking exception. One thing we might not have mentioned in the presentation is that should Base get the parking exception, the shuttling of their employees from the off-site parking to the location right near my house would increase traffic in our neighborhood. And of course, they would always be in a hurry because time is money. So I'm asking you to not add to the burden of traffic on our street. I would finally like to say that you could please help us improve North Fair Oaks by sending a clear message to Base. They need to find an appropriate location to operate their food production facility, to service the fleet of vehicles that their operation requires, and provide safe and convenient parking for the employees that they hire. Thank you.
Thank you. Margie Kahn, followed by Lionel Demain.
Hi, it's Margie Kahn. I live between the two, between the old base and the new base. So I'm not speaking so much of direct impact, but the impact for me is as a longtime North Fair Oaks resident. I just want to say that I agree with what Laura Kaplan said, that I thought there was going to be a new day in the county. The county spent a lot of money on this North Fair Oaks plan, and I've spent a lot of my time coming for the last year and a half to the Committee for Zoning and Parking, and there have been lots and lots of plans discussed how to make the Middlefield corridor better. I think it's pretty clear that the presence of this non-corporation is not going to make the Middlefield corridor better, and I think it's really time for the county to step up, and really show by its actions and not its words that they really want to have a good community here and a good business district. Thank you.
Thank you. Lionel Demain, followed by Solomon Liu.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thanks for giving us this opportunity. My name is Lionel Demain. I run Sequoia Adult School, which is catty-corner from the site we're talking about. Neighbors asked me to get involved in this because we have a lot of students who use that area, and I'm very concerned about the intensity of the traffic and the changes that this will bring into that area. Already, that crosswalk there, I've seen more than one very close shave where pedestrians have almost been injured, and I don't think having delivery trucks on delivery schedules is going to help the situation. I think the other thing is we spend a huge amount of time with the Fair Oaks plan to try and make that corridor walkable and pedestrian friendly, and I don't think this is a business which helps make that plan a reality, and there's a tremendous amount of excitement about that. One of the features of the plan, which is council approved, was to go to 3 lanes. The 4 lanes coming off of Middlefield right there will then be funneling into a narrow area just 1 block up, so I think there's going to be just a lot of congestion there as well, and this is not going to help it. Those are kind of my main points here. I would like to add, though, that I walked into this room when there were threats being made against this council of going to the Supreme Court, and to be honest with you, as a neighbor of an organization, that didn't really appeal to me as an organization that I'd like to have as a neighbor. Thank you.
And Solomon Liu, thank you for your comments. Solomon Liu is next.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, and thank you for hearing our appeal. I just want to reiterate what a lot of our friends and neighbours in North Fair Oaks have said, which is that the moving of base to 3250 obviously is inconsistent with the North Fair Oaks plan. We're concerned about the parking and the congestion that it would bring, and we, as residents, we all actually would like businesses to succeed, and so we believe that base should have a chance to succeed. However, we just don't feel that this location of 3250 or Fair Oaks Avenue is suitable for the scale and the intensity of the organisation. And I was actually asked a question by someone recently, which was, well, if this wasn't base, if this was another catering company doing a similar business, did we feel that residents would have a similar objection? And the reality is yes, because the nature of the business is not one of a restaurant with some catering, as we have a lot of on Middlefield Road already. It's actually a food production facility that delivers all the way up and down the peninsula. And we believe that there's much better locations. Obviously, we're not trying to name them, and we're not trying to force based on another location. But we just don't believe that 3250 is the place for that. And I trust that all of you, as you might have mentioned earlier, got the advice that we received from our legal team, which is basically the organisation is suspended from the Franchise Tax Board, which probably invalidates a number of the litigation claims that are being put towards you, but I'd defer that to your counsel to actually evaluate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I also have a card from Franz Honig, if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm not sure if you wanted, what item you wanted to speak to, whether it was the parking or the amortization? Amortization, okay. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to the parking? I don't know, it is Sandra Perez-Negrin. I don't know if you want to speak to this issue. And we just had a card from Tanya Parnick. I think, Tanya, it sounds like you do want to speak to the parking.
My name is Tanya Parnack, and I live on 6th Avenue. And my concern, one of my concerns is that I already witness traffic speeding down 6th Avenue at commute times when 5th Avenue is backed up. And there's also planned increases, I imagine, when the German American school goes in, and there's another school that's planning on expanding on Edison. And so I can just imagine at commute times when 5th is all backed up that there's going to be more speeding traffic going down 6th Avenue. And so there's just a lot of traffic and a lot of parking problems with Sequoia Adult School also on the corner there. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on the parking matter? You can come forward and.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra, and I'm from Bay Area Catering. And before I moved to I want to do the kitchen in Middlefield Road, going back a little bit in the history, the county wants me to get a place to move in. Before I got the contract with them, I asked the county if this place would be okay for me before I signed the contract. And they said that would fit much better for us, and we can do a parking exception, and we work it out for us to be able to move in there because the people from Fair Oaks didn't want us over there. Before that, in 2012, We also want to move on in a bigger location, what's an Emerald Market over there in Ognall Drive. I was not able to do that because people get involved into that. For me, it's something that they are like, wherever I will go, I think they will be, for me, like follow me, and they don't want me not to be my business. So if county will tell me cannot do this business on Middlefield Road, I will not sign a contract or look for something else. But I already have been spending a lot of money in this location because that was something that was gonna be working for us, and now it's something that is not gonna work. I really want you guys to think, and I have all my documents and all the expenses I have been done after the county in 2012 in April reached me out and told me the neighbors were not happy where I was, and I have been done lots of stuff, spending thousands of dollars, trying to be happy with the neighbors, trying to relocate my business, and it's not something really easy for me. And I have been losing lots of money to be able to succeed on my business, to be able to have my business on live. And it's something that I want you guys to think about it. And I have copies for each of you guys to go over all expenses that have been done and all the money I have been investment already in this location. If I had to do my business smaller, I'm willing to do that. But I really need to get a place because already I'm paying $7,000 more on rent on this new location that I used to pay on Fair Oaks. So I'm expending more money every single day, trying to keep my business alive, try to be success. It doesn't matter. These people want me out of business. I really need time or to think about and revise everything having spent before you make a decision, before you guys make a decision, because it's something that you guys need to see everything I have been spent and all the money I have been lost, causing, and everything I have been trying to do to be able to keep the neighbors happy, to be able to be in compliance with the ordinance, and to be in compliance with everything. I have been trying to do as much as I can. Other thing I want to try to, J&B Catering and Peninsula Catering, they are not operating from my kitchen. If you want to do research, Peninsula Catering is in Fifth Avenue and J&B is in San Francisco. My brother is the owner, and we get together. Sometimes he goes to my place just to visit us, not to have food bringing for us, nothing like that. We share some equipment like tables and chairs, and sometimes they come over to get some things like that, but nothing about food, nothing like something else. So they are not operating from a kitchen. He has two big kitchens that he has enough space to operate his business. That's all I want to do. I don't know if you guys have any question for me.
Okay, thank you for providing that input. Okay, I think we would turn it back to the board. So the matter before us is an appeal of the parking exception that was granted by the Planning Commission. The Base's attorney has suggested that this decision be postponed. I mean, I'd be inclined to make a decision today, but I don't know, maybe obviously others may have want to hear their views as well.
President Pine, sorry to keep jumping in on formalities, but I might suggest we close the public hearing.
Excuse
first.
me. Yes.
I'll move to close public hearing.
Second.
A motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. And Mr. Slocum?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This question is for Mr. Byers, perhaps, or Mr. Niblin. Mr. Cagle used the word ambushed when he was referring to the 5-year lease requirement. And I'm wondering if you could just clarify that point. I'm assuming they signed a month-to-month agreement when the regulations called for a 5-year deal, but he did use the word ambushed.
I think we were very explicit, I think, at the time of the Planning Commission meeting that we were expecting a 5-year lease. So to say that it was an ambush, I don't think that fairly characterizes, at least from staff's perspective, what transpired. I wasn't sure if and the other thing that I was a little fuzzy on, I think we understood there was a written agreement. I think even today we're a little surprised ourselves. Mr. Cagle was making reference to an oral agreement, and you can't even, in fact, under the California Civil Code, have a contract for at least longer than a year that's oral. So we frankly probably need a little more clarification on that point. And if the reference was to whether or not there was an ambush with respect to the impact of corporate status with respect to the validity of the lease, we certainly, as quickly as we could, once we had a chance to sort of get our bearing with respect to corporate status, share that information with Mr. Cagle, again, as quickly as we knew about it. So I don't think it's fair to, at least from our perspective, to say there was any sort of an ambush.
Thank you. Just one other question, Mr. President. It was mentioned that there are 3 companies on the lease on Middlefield Road. And what are those 3 companies? No?
It was brought to my attention that there might be some confusion there. What might have been said is that there are 3 corporations using Middlefield Road, 3 separate corporations using Middlefield Road. As to what they are, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I thought it was already stated that there is no lease for this property that we're aware of, no written lease that we're aware of for the Middlefield property.
I'm sorry, President Pine, I was talking about the lease for the off-street parking.
Oh, excuse me, okay.
Well, let me just ask a question following up. So are there 3 businesses that occupy the Middlefield Road location?
Our understanding is that the Middlefield location is currently being used as offices, and it is also our understanding there may be activities there that are being undertaken by entities besides base, office space being used for that purpose.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one question, just sort of a follow-up to what you were asking? Do we have in our file, I mean, we're talking here about denying the off-street parking exception because they don't fulfill the obligation that was the condition. Do we have something in writing that shows that they are only on a month-to-month arrangement? Or do we have anything about the, I mean, I just want to make sure if we say that they're doing a month-to-month and we're asking for 5 years, how do we know that?
We do have a copy of the lease for the off-site parking location that is month to month. And we have contacted the property owner and discussed the matter with the property owner and or his manager, and been informed that they are not inclined to enter into a long-term lease.
And Supervisor Tissier, if I could just jump in really quickly, I wanted to just add that we do in fact have a copy of the lease for the Middlefield property, and it is between the landlord and Bay Area Catering and Events, Inc. Exclusively. There are no other parties to that lease on the lessee side.
I was going to make just a comment about the being in a suspended corporation. You know, to me, I was a corporate lawyer in my prior life, and we would often inherit small companies, and we would find out that their licenses were suspended. So that does not have much bearing on my consideration today. I think that there's probably a decent chance that could be relatively easily remedied. Maybe not, but it's not an uncommon occurrence. So I just, from my experience, it's not going to weigh heavily on my decision making. I just wanted to add that from my professional experience. But the issues at hand about the off-site parking, the nature of the lease, parking on the street, all those things are that's where my focus is.
Thank you.
I guess I just want to make a couple comments. This is very difficult because this is a independent business. The problem for me is, I heard the term unfortunate incidents. When someone starts construction, and if you're in business, you're not supposed to start construction without permits. You thought you had a parking agreement for 5 years when we actually have in our hands a month-to-month. And as a former business owner myself, if you haven't paid your taxes, you pretty much know that. I mean, you may not, if you didn't get the notice at a particular location, but you haven't paid your taxes. So those kind of unfortunate incidents concern me because this would be just the beginning of a new business, and we've already had 3 unfortunate incidents that don't make me feel comfortable about allowing for this exception. And I feel bad about it because small businesses are small businesses, and you may say this, they make good money, but that's really still a small business. But I'm just finding it very hard to feel comfortable allowing this to go forward with all these incidents that keep happening, and the problems in the last neighborhood and the trucks, and it's like it just goes on and on and on. So I'm more inclined to uphold the appeal myself.
Excuse me, Supervisor Horsley, did you have a comment? Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, I just, I have seen these base trucks all over the place. In fact, even up in Emerald Hills, and there's still trucks up there. So I think the number of vehicles they have is considerably more than what was represented here today.
All right. I'm prepared to make a motion if that's the end of the comment. So I would make a motion that we uphold the appeal and deny the off-street parking exemption, period.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to uphold the appeal. I'm sorry, Mr. Byers.
Oh, if I could just add, just so we're precise, and if I could just add that motion should be based on the findings also set forth in the staff report as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, again, this motion made and seconded as articulated by Mr. Slocum and Mr. Myers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that is passes unanimously. And we will move to the second item, which is the amortization issue.
Thank you, President Pine, Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Nibble, and Mr. Byers. The second matter before you this afternoon is also in regard to Bay Area catering and events business, this time with respect to its current location at 3821 Fair Oaks Avenue in North Fair Oaks. Staff is recommending that the existing catering use, as well as any other commercial use at this site, cease to occur as of May 10th, 2015. This slide shows the location of the existing catering business at the corner of Fair Oaks and San Benito Avenues, which, as you can see in the photograph, is completely surrounded by residential uses. The chronology of events leading up to this hearing begins with the Board of Supervisors' decision to rezone the property from neighborhood commercial to single-family residential, which occurred on December 10th, 2013, in response to numerous and ongoing complaints regarding the incompatibility of the catering business with the surrounding residential uses. The important and related issue of when the catering use should cease was considered by the Planning Commission on December 11th, 2013, at which time the Commission voted to recommend that the Board establish a sunset date of May 10th, 2015. That recommendation was scheduled to be heard by the Board on March 11th, 2014. Prior to that hearing, staff received information from the attorney representing BASE that indicated BASE would provide evidence in support of its claim that it should be afforded a longer sunsetting period. In response, the Board remanded the matter to the Planning Commission so that it could consider the additional information that the BASE attorney indicated would be forthcoming. On August 27, 2014, the Planning Commission reconsidered its prior recommendation. No additional information or evidence was submitted by the owner of the business or their counsel at or prior to this hearing. Thus, the Planning Commission voted to maintain its initial recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, which calls for a sunset date of May 10, 2015. In order to determine an appropriate date by which commercial use of the site should cease, the following factors have been considered. The amount of the initial investment or original cost, the present actual or depreciated value, the salvage value, the length and remaining term of the lease under which the use is maintained, harm to the public if the use continues beyond the prescribed amortization period, and adaptability of the subject parcel to the now permitted use and the cost of moving and reestablishing the use elsewhere. Planning and building staff have worked closely with the Office of County Counsel to ensure that these factors, along with the particular facts associated with this case that have been made available to us, have been appropriately considered and effectively addressed. We therefore recommend that the Board adopt a resolution requiring that the non-conforming commercial use at 3821 Fair Oaks Avenue be converted to a permitted use by no later than May 10th, 2015, and that the board approve a zoning text amendment that adds specific language regarding the termination of non-conforming uses at this address. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Monowitz. Seeing no questions, we'll now allow Bates and Mr. Cagle to present on the matter. We're going to set that for 20 minutes, Mina.
This is supposed to be a trial de novo, so we are going to present what's happened. We'll present all the evidence you want. The May 15th, 2010 is a banishment before our lease runs out. This is clearly a taking under the Fifth Amendment. And so the first person I would like to present would be Dr. Philip Allman. Could you pass out those?
Thank you. My name is Philip Allman. I'm an economist. Basically, I became an economist by getting a PhD in economics at Michigan State University many years ago. I've taught economics at Michigan State University, University of the Pacific in Stockton, and in the master's program at Golden Gate University, both economics and financial analysis. So given that background, Mr. Cagle retained me to make a calculation as to how long it would take the owners of Base to recoup their investment, which in a public use sense is now called amortization. And normally when we think of amortization, we think of amortizing a loan. So we plug in the number of months, we plug in the amount of the loan, and we plug in the interest rate. And then from that, we amortize it. What are your monthly payments to pay off that loan? And basically, amortization takes essentially the same formula, but it plugs in the amounts and then solves for the number of months, basically. And that's why it's called amortization. It just uses essentially the same formula, but solves for a different variable in the equation. So what is the investment that needs to be recouped? And I've categorized that. I've gone back. I've done several things. I've interviewed Rosie Rogana. I've interviewed Sandra Peres-Negrin. I've looked at the financial statements, the income statements for 2011, 12, 13, and through October of this year for Base. I've looked at the transactions records for the types of investments that have been necessary in order to create a business. So those investments would be on the investment portion of your financial statements, and then all the income statements are in the operating portion of your income statements. So we look at both of those, and based on the discussions with the owner and with the CPA of Base, you can see a very clear picture of the financial position of Base over the course of time. And essentially what you see is this. The business was created back in 2010, began operating, and then moved into its location in the middle of 2011. I look at the income statement for 2011 on Base, and what do I see? $3.78 million in sales, and I see $250,000 in net ordinary income. That is the operating income of the business in 2011 was $250,000, along with $3.78 million in sales.
Excuse me, could you just run those numbers again a little more slowly? Thank you.
2011, the sales were $3.78 million, and the net income, the net operating income, was $250,000. In 2012, the sales went up to 4.31 million, and the net income was 240,000. Now, with this expansion, Sandra, the owner, tried to build up her business and find another site, and so she started making investments in the Emerald Marketplace. So additional investments were made to build up another site and account for this for the large number of sales that existed for this business through 2012. And then they lost the LinkedIn account. Base lost the LinkedIn account, which I'm told was attributable to some of the individuals in this hearing, involved in this hearing. Consequence, 2013, sales, 2.5 million. So what do you have? A drop of almost 2 million in sales. Reported profit, minus 243,000. And those are just dollars that came out of the owner's pocket, not to mention it was the debt that was created, which included all these payroll taxes that we've been talking about, which are the source of the current financial situation. In other words, the 2 million drop in income, along with utilizing these incomes from the previous years to try and build up a capital structure to expand the business, those monies have been spent and they weren't available to pay all the employees once the business sales went down and the source of revenues to pay those businesses went down. So, hence, two things happened. On the books, you just got negative cash that has to come out of the owner's pocket, plus debt that's created and still has to be paid back. And before the return on this investment can be recouped, this debt has to be paid back because, as we know, creditors are always the first line. Those are always the first people to get payments out of a business. And the owners of equity are the last people, recipients of payoffs from the earnings of a business. So, given this financial situation, I was able to determine how long it would take to recoup the investment of base. In order to do that, I presented a chart, which I hope is very clear, and I don't know if Mr. Cagle has passed that chart out or not. He has passed it out.
They have it.
Okay. And so I've tried to footnote this chart so that it's very clear what the bases would be. But the starting point is footnote 1. And you can see footnote 1 refers back up into the table up in the upper right to uncouped investment. And the starting point is $959,045. In other words, this is the amount that needs to be recouped at this point in time. And why is that amount so high? Because the debt has to be repaid first before the investment can be recouped. So what you see, looking below, under footnote 1, these are values that came right out of the transactions records in the capital accounts for base that were provided to me by Sandra. And I've listed these. The investment in equipment and improvements that went into Fair Oaks was $292,000. And then I got out of order a little bit. The improvement fees, that is the extra fees that were put in to make improvements to get rid of the complaints, that was another $33,625, which is the fourth item that you see in the footnote. And then the amounts that were spent on the expansion in the Emerald Market were $73,700. And then to date, the investments at 3250 Middlefield, those have been $59,655. So that's the total capital investment that one would have to recoup from their business, given that the income that had been generated in the past had been reinvested into these activities. So, in the meantime, Rosa, the company's CPA, has indicated that at least $500,000 is owed on these payroll taxes as a consequence of the big losses that took place in 2013. And those are what have to be paid back first before the investment in the company can be paid or can be recouped. Rosa indicated that this is a minimum, that it's actually higher than that, but at this point she could state that $500,000 is a minimum owed to the IRS and the Franchise Tax Board. And of course this situation obviously was created by the almost 2 million drop-off in sales in 2013 that was associated with the loss of the LinkedIn client. So, that then is the starting point. $959,000 is the addition of all these components. So this is what would have to be paid off with the earnings of base over the course of time. So the next component is how much ordinary income does base make? And to that I looked at the 2014 profit and loss statements. I was provided with 10 months of profit and loss statements. And for those 10 months, I took an average and multiplied by 12. And that works out to $201,503 per year. So currently, in the current operating process of base, they are earning an annualized amount of $201,500 per year, which would be the amounts that could be utilized to recoup the investment. But in finance, those of you who have studied finance, when you invest in something, you expect a return on it. You don't just put your money up and get your money back later without getting anything in return, which we call our interest or our rate of return. The most simple thing to look at in that sense would be a Treasury security. Let's say you buy a 10-year Treasury security, $1,000 Treasury security with a 5% interest rate on it. Well, you'll hold on to your security for 10 years, and each year you'll be given an annual rate of return, 5% of 1,000, which is $50. So for 50 years, you'll get $50 a year for 10 years, and then at the end, you'll get your 1,000 back. So part of getting an investment recouped is the interest that you would expect on that investment, which leads us to the second column on the table, and that is the reasonable return on the investment. And for that, I took 20% of the amounts that have been invested. That does not, which would be the $959 less the $500,000 in debt, because obviously the $500,000 in debt was not invested. So if we take those same capital investments again and take 20% of that, we see what the reasonable rate of return is. Why was 20% chosen? Because I did research. I've researched reasonable rates of return on businesses for years, of probably 50 or 60 different types. And when you get into small businesses, the rate of return to attract investors is generally in the 20% range on small businesses. 20% or greater, and that's why I chose 20% as a reasonable rate of return on a small restaurant business based on my research. So out of the $201,503 that the business could generate, $91,809 would be the return on your investment. So you're not recouping your investment for the $91,803, you're just getting your return on your investment that one would normally expect. When you take the difference between those, you have the recouped investment for the period. That is the third column, where you see $109,694. That's simply $201,503 minus $901,809. So that then becomes the recouped investment for 2014. And from there, we just work our way down. You see footnote 5, $849,351. That's simply the $959,045 minus the $109,694. And then we move down to the next value, $739,657. That's simply the $849,351 minus the $109,694. And I kept working down until I ran into a negative number, which means at that point the investment would be recouped. So if we look at the table, we can see that the investment is eventually recouped in 2011. based on this table. I'm sorry, that would be 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Have other people, I'd like to ask Dr. Altman any questions?
Actually, I did have one question. In our comment here said failing submittal of any additional evidence at the Planning Commission. Was this presented to the Planning Commission?
What happened was that I was getting the agendas from Heather Hardy, and she was busy or something happened and I didn't get it. When I got there, all of a sudden I found this was on the agenda. We tried to offer evidence as to what Sandra had in the business, and they were just said, well, you don't have your backup with you, so we're not going to listen to you. We have the backup, and they wouldn't take the oral testimony. And in any case, we couldn't afford to get Dr. Allman here twice, so we just couldn't do it. I would like to call, and besides, this is supposed to be a trial de novo, and that's where we stand. I'd like to call.
I have another question. I'm sort of curious. You've got all this information. If you haven't seen any tax returns, how can you verify the income? I mean, I know I've seen the packet that shows the income statements and all that. I guess the question is, how can we be sure that that's correct since there's been no taxes filed?
Because Mr. Cagle has also brought the CPA and Sandra here to verify these amounts. So I took the profit and loss statements and the transaction statements as they were and did the analysis. But as far as the auditing and the validity of those statements, that would be covered by the CPA for base, Rosa, and Sandra herself.
Okay.
So
I guess, well, I guess I'm struggling because it's hard for us to know if the figures you're giving us or anything that's here is correct because we don't have tax returns to verify it.
We do have copies of the tax returns, ma'am.
So
I can forward those.
Okay.
Supervisor Horsley, you have a question?
Just one question. You indicated that, I guess around 2012, maybe 2013, lost the LinkedIn account, and it was a loss of roughly about $2 million, and that is the cause of the $500,000 of back payroll taxes. I don't understand. The business never downsized. You just continue operating at the same level, and I don't
many small businesses. I saw this happen constantly during the big downturn when our Great Recession started, and businesses would try to keep operating. They'd pay their wages and they'd pay the things that they needed to continue operating. For instance, the cost of goods sold, in this case would be the actual catering things that were being sold, so that you can continue operating. And the thing that typically gets held back are these payroll taxes. They're paid quarterly, and then there's nothing to pay them with. All the sales have gone down. An individual, a small business, only has so much cash in their own pocket to rely on, and they can't get a loan, so they implicitly get a loan from the government by not paying these taxes. And then they end up in this strenuous situation with the governments, and these situations can be very difficult to them for a long time.
Okay.
I need to get Anna Santiago in here. Santiago, I have requested that she be present, and she will tell you exactly the validity of all these complaints we've had. Are you not going to allow her to talk, Mr. Mounowitz?
I think that our perspective on this, from where we sit, is that if you've got specific statements you believe Ms. Santiago has made, you're free to inform the board of whatever you care to. But we certainly not our anticipation. You're going to be calling witnesses of county staff.
All right. Ms. Santiago told me today there were 283 false complaints made against base. 283 false complaints. That's not justice. That's not justice. And if you're going to make your decision on the basis of what these people tell you, well, what does that make them? And they don't care. They don't care what they say. And then they know nothing's going to happen to them. but they've had to hire, as far as I know, they've had to hire an extra inspector because of all this, because each one of those complaints has to be investigated by law. Sandra, do you want to come up here and talk about?
Can I interrupt you for just a second,
Sure.
Mr. Cagle? I'm sorry. I don't understand the linkage between what Ms. Santiago might or might not say and the amortization. Can you help me understand that?
Yes, Mr. Monowitz talked about all the complaints that were made when he just made his presentation, and that's the reason why I did this. Why I want to put that in the record.
But we're talking about the amortization.
I just want you to know we're not a nuisance.
Right. And Supervisor Slocum, I would just note that kind of impact to the public, harm to the public, is a factor that we would want to consider in the totality of the amortization, recognizing that substantiated claims or substantiated complaints may or may not, be the total story of the harm to the public.
I mean, nobody should have to put up with that. Nobody should have to put up with 283 false complaints. It's all orchestrated.
Thank you. I understand what you said, but I still don't understand. Isn't it all about the numbers?
The numbers are a lion's share of what it's about, but among the factors that the courts would look at are sort of non-numeric factors, including sort of, again, the impact that the community is suffering.
Can I ask?
I
have one more question. Just maybe you can clarify. Maybe this will get me off your back about the tax returns. So when your FTB suspended you, was it for failure to file a tax return or to pay taxes, penalties? Do you know what the reason was why they suspended your license, so to speak?
Yes, I did give them a call this morning. Basically, we had an extension to file our 2013 returns, which ended on September 15th. We have not filed the 2013, which the Franchise Tax Board is the one that suspended, not the Secretary of State. So we will be filing those within the next week.
But I guess I'm confused because here it says it was suspended since February 7th, 2011.
No, that's when it was incorporated. That's the incorporation date.
That's not what it says here, but I don't have the Secretary of State stuff. Okay, all right, I'm just trying to understand it.
Along the lines of the complaints, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that the Planning Department on October 17, 2013, filed a notice of intent to adopt negative declaration. And I've got this in my hand, and it is like an EIR, and it shows there's not one negative impact on the North Fair Oaks community. Traffic, smell, parking, nothing, zero. That's what I have to say about that.
Mr. President, I feel like it's important to speak to that before it gets away and maybe gets confusing. I mean, the negative declaration that Mr. Cagle is referring to is the negative declaration that pertains to the change in zoning. It says that what the document actually says is that the change in zoning to residential will not have a negative impact. It doesn't purport to speak at all to the impacts, positive or otherwise, of the activities of base at that location.
Right. I mean, we changed the zoning because of concern about impact, if I recall correctly.
Mr. Cagle is misreading that. Yeah.
All right. So do you have anything else to add, Mr. Cagle?
Yes, I do. Let's see. I lost my thought. Second, sorry. Oh, yes. There's one more issue, and that's spot zoning. This has been spot zoning against base. You made a change, and then it was really directed at base and it's not permitted under law. My understanding is it's not permitted under law. So I don't want to go to court. I hope that you'll give us a reasonable time to recoup our investment pursuant to the law. Otherwise, it'll be just a flat-out taking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I understand the neighbors have a presentation. You can go ahead and make that.
So Wait for me to plug it in. Or it has to come from your laptop. Yes, an updated one if you had it. The link here is not working, so.
Did you send it to us in advance?
I wanted to have a, but I just sent you a slightly updated one.
We may have to go with the one we have.
If not, I can try to use this one. It's okay.
It's probably not quite that simple in our experience. While we work on that, we do have. I'm going to take a public speaker or two then while we work on that setup. These are individuals who'd like to speak to the non-conforming use, the amortization. So David Wordle. Ortelli? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, maybe Mr. Byers. To keep things going here, I'd like to go ahead and take some public testimony. It'll get us a tad out of order, but I assume that's okay.
Sure. I mean, you might want to go ahead and just
And we'll open the
technically open the public hearing.
open the public hearing.
Yeah, and then you can always take the neighbors back and out of order.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. I'm David Wertel. I live across the street from base at 3820 Fair Oaks Avenue. And when I first found my house, there was a little mom and pop store across the street. And I thought it was a disadvantage that there was a business there, but I thought, I could maybe buy some milk or veggies or whatever. And it turned out that I did from time to time. And sometimes even I'd see my neighbors coming to get ice creams there. Unfortunately, that's no longer there, and it's replaced with what looks from my front door to be a truck depot of green neon trucks. And they are not limited to parking in that spot. They also have big delivery trucks that have damaged our tree and left limbs lying in the street. And although they've promised not to park employees in the neighborhood, they still continue to do so. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was taking a day off work and went out my front door, and I saw an individual getting out of her car and walking into the base building. So I know for a fact that employees are still parking in the neighborhood, and it fills up my front yard. They're doing construction on San Benito. They're repaving it, and so my front yard is the only place that we have extra parking. And my wife is a stay-at-home mom, and we often have kids over for play dates, but the kids' parents and the gardener have to park down the street because the parking is taken up in front of our house, and it's not fun coming out of my front gate and finding somebody parked right in front of my gate, in between my, well, anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll have Philip Allman, followed by Aiden Yaw.
Dr. Allman's already spoken.
Excuse me. Aiden Yaw, followed by Franz Honing.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to address the Board of Supervisors today. My name is Aiden Yaw. I live on 754 15th Avenue. I've lived there for over 7 years. And I've certainly been there during the time in which Bay Area Catering Company started operations on Fair Oaks. I'd like to take a moment to just commend the Planning Department and County Council for their earlier remarks on the earlier agenda topic. I think you guys got it right. I appreciate your efforts on that, and it certainly bleeds into this issue as well as we're talking about. But it occurred to me, this unfortunately isn't the first time I've appeared in a public setting regarding this matter. I've been showing up to these meetings for a few years now, starting with the North Fair Oaks Council and most recently at the Planning Board meeting. And it occurred to me that, after the last one, that in a lot of ways what Bay Area Catering Company has done is they've by all accounts, offer a very viable catering company to various businesses throughout the Bay Area, and I think they should be commended for that. But unfortunately, I think they've been able to do it in such a way where they've been able to be competitive because they're using substandard space. And unfortunately, that to me, it implies that it's in fact a subsidy, because here we are 3 years later, taking your time, all of our time. I can't tell you how many hours my neighbors and I have spent on this, not to mention yours as well as county, the various county departments. So just as the doctor was up here earlier talking about some of the numbers, as Warren mentioned earlier, in effect, if they're implying that like this business is going under, and because for various reasons the economics don't work anymore, they lost a valuable LinkedIn contract and what have you, it seems to me like this amortization issue speaks more and more as a de facto subsidy by the county, whether you call it as a subsidy of time or just a sink. The issue is that they're not in the right space, and they really should be given right home. North Fair Oaks is not the right place for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Franz Honing, followed by Penny Durham.
Yeah, my name's Franz. I live down the street in San Marino, right down the street from this business. From the very start, I've been to meetings. I've gone to the county when they first opened. There was no business that this type of company should have ever been in this position. When I hear these numbers today, $4 million, $2 million, who in the right mind is going to put that type of business in that business? That building isn't even 900 square feet. I have another problem, is safety. Safety is a real issue. That building has an adjoining residence. That residence wall is attached to that building. There is 6 people living in a 1-bedroom home right next to that building. There's no firewall. There's no sprinklers. It's a safety issue. The safety issue is you got 3 little girls who live right behind that building, and those trucks, every time I drive down that street, I can't see anything because I have to look over vehicles. I saw the list of the vehicles you guys say you have. Look, I see a white BMW there every morning. I see cars around the block parked there every day. I think the neighbors are tired of just dealing with this. This business does not belong in a residential neighborhood. We shouldn't even be discussing this anymore. This issue about lawsuits, people complaining. Look, I could complain every day. I could complain every day that business is open. You're not supposed to start before 6 in the morning. I tell you that. You're over there before 6 in the morning. You're not supposed to work after 8 o'clock at night. You're still there at 8 o'clock at night. I see it. The odor, okay? Smells good sometimes. Sometimes it smells bad. I live down the street. I know the people who live next door. They smell it every day. And it's a problem, and we need to address this. We cannot continue this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is Penny Durham, and followed by Solomon Liu. Is Penny still here? Oh, there she is.
Just very briefly, I live about half a mile away from this site, and I've known about this. News spreads half a mile because of the problems that the neighbors there have been suffering. My personal view is that when something is the cause of so much contention, I think, like people have just said, putting in hours and hours of work trying to address it, I think it demonstrates that there is a legitimate problem. There is something that does not fit. It's a point of conflict, and it has to be removed. And I do feel very strongly that our Board of Supervisors represents all the residents of the county just as much as the businesses in the county. And it bothers me that this business is given so much weight over the suffering of the neighbors. I completely understand why they're uncomfortable with this. So I would urge you to fix this problem as quickly as possible. I think they have had to put up with enough. I don't mean to be crass. I'm not a business person at all, but one little comment about the LinkedIn. So much has been made of this. I have always been told that you do not put all your eggs in one basket, and it bothers me so much that one contract, contracts come and go, is being blamed for all this, what Aidan calls a subsidy. So please, I ask you to hear the wishes and requests from the neighbors of this Fair Oaks site. Thank you very much.
you. And Solomon Liu?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for hearing me a second time today. So on the existing base site, it's very troubling for me as a neighbour that the attorney for base gets up and says that 280 false complaints have been made against base, and it is made to appear that we have a mob mentality in the neighbourhood. The reality is that we're a neighbourhood of minorities. Like, we have a high Hispanic population. Almost all of the neighbours that you've heard from are migrants. We weren't born in the United States, myself included. So it's not like we're trying to gang up on a minority business, because we're all a bunch of minorities ourselves. And the 280 complaints being false, unfortunately, that does not speak to the facts. If you have a look at the county's own system that's used to account for complaints that are made, the majority of these complaints occur outside of county standard operating hours. As you heard from one of the neighbours, 6 o'clock in the morning they're starting business, 8 p.m. at night they're still operating. Unfortunately, when we send an email or we reach out to the county at 8 p.m, there's no staff member available. So the staff member has to come during normal business hours, and of course by that time the infraction is no longer an issue. If you use the county's own data and you look at these items that were reported, there was in fact an issue that was reported to the county of smell, odour coming from the business. As one of our neighbours said, it happens every day. And when the compliance officer went out to investigate, they wrote in their notes specifically that they investigated the cause, and they spoke to the head of the kitchen, and they found that the filter was broken and so was not being used. The business was not issued an infraction. They were just told to get it fixed as soon as possible. That means the business was permitted by the county to operate in an illegal status against the zoning regulations because the county was being accommodating. But according to the attorney, that amounts to a false accusation by the residents. So I would strongly urge the boards of supervisors to see the facts that are before them, the reality that allowing this business to continue past the date that has been recommended by planning would be very detrimental to the neighbourhood.
Okay. I think at this time we'll go back to the presentation if you're ready.
And I'll try to make it shorter than 20 minutes.
That would be good.
My name is Ram Fish, and yes, I'm the one that you have made those accusations before, and I'd like to try to explain and give a bit of the background of what was going on in here. First, I would like to I think in my perspective, what we are discussing in here doesn't just touch on base, it touches on the bigger program to fix up North Fair Oaks. And what we will deciding in here, how the board is dealing with people who violate regulation or push the limits of regulation, reflects on the big picture on our attempts to fix North Fair Oaks. And I think all of us really want to see the program that we are seeing in here, this wonderful effort that have millions of dollars been put into it successful. And it ties back to make it successful. We will have to enforce the policies and the plan that the county have put so much work into it. Now, I've been accused in a lot of different ways. And if we move to the next slide, I want to give a bit of a perspective. I'm an entrepreneur. I built a few businesses. So when I saw base coming in, I actually felt for the entrepreneur trying to build a business in here. And after we saw some of the tension and what was going on, me and Laura Kaplan ended up inviting Sandra Persengron to another business that's located in Mountain View for coffee of discussion of how this can be resolved. And I picked this specific business called Esther's German Bakery because for me that represents what a neighborhood catering business is exactly about and how you build a good business to the community you're in. We sat down with Sarah, we talked about how you serve the local people around you, you deal with parking spots, you take it into account, you find a way of dealing with the fact that you're a catering, and the scale of this business versus the scale and the intensity of the business she has. This was an attempt to help a fellow entrepreneur that unfortunately I don't think Mr. Kegel ever mentioned it up to now. This was around October 2012 when I was actually employed by Apple. The thing is that I think is missing a lot from the complaint of and Mr. Kegel's approach is when you're an entrepreneur, when you're running a business, you have a responsibility to make the right decision, to deal with your community. You shouldn't be trying to take the perspective of let me try to squeeze the county, let me try to squeeze the regulation. You need to think about the impact of the actions of what you do. You need to understand the intensity of your business. You don't even need to read the regulation to look and say, wow, I need an industrial space. That's what a good common sense CEO would do. They would not try to go from neighborhood in San Jose to neighborhood over here, to another one neighborhood in Middlefield, to another neighborhood in Emerald Park, trying to squeeze the lowest cost, the best opportunity to squeeze something for another dollar. If you want to build a healthy, good business, that's what a good CEO does. Unfortunately, as we've seen up to now, Sandra has not been a good CEO, and I feel the pain of the employees and everybody behind it. But it's not the county job to compensate for bad CEO making horrible decisions. Next. We talked about the suspension of the license. I don't think we need to get more into it. I had the slide just as a placeholder. This goes again, this is the parking list that was discussed earlier, and that goes from a slide that actually Base presented. And I think the point here is not about the parking itself, it's about the attitudes that Base had. Instead of understanding the county request, look, we'll work with you, but you need to find a solution for the parking, they decided to go around, get some kind of an unsigned document that is a month to month, so any common sense CEO will say, that doesn't solve my problems, they can kick me out every month because it's for sale. But the attitude that Base have consistently represented is about misleading, avoiding the responsibility of a CEO, and trying to bluff the county. Now, the other point is about Base being a group of businesses, and that's been very interesting. There is a relationship that we discussed earlier, as I have just about half an hour ago completely denied that there is a business relationship. You can see in here how Peninsula catering truck is actually loading food and material inside the truck. And if you think that this is a single instance, that's another instance in which they are loading. There is a relationship between those businesses. We don't fully understand the relationship. We found it quite interesting, actually, that when we checked with Facebook, they said they have not ordered anything since 2013, but they did it by checking in the books. However, one of the supervisors actually witnessed them delivering recently. So there is a suspicion that the billing is done on one of the businesses, but the food serving is actually done and preparation is done by one of the other businesses. This is a speculation. We are not sure about it. So, why let it continue? I think we all want to put an end to it. Base can't be trusted. They have lied, they misrepresented, and they continuously, persistently broke every promise made to date. They are not paying their taxes. The operation is suspended. They are an illegal entity that's not allowed to operate right now. And my call for you to the board is enough. We wasted a lot of time. We wasted time, which means taxpayers' money, your supervisor time, no more postponement, enough. Please finish it at May or even earlier, and please terminate this illegal use. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to the item? If you want to come forward in the back. I'm sorry if I missed it, but why don't you come in and introduce yourself?
Laura Kaplan, and it's spelled with a C, not a K. But anyway, I was at that meeting. I also have put in many long hours on this issue. I even at one point tried to organize the neighbors and did organize a meeting to try to get some mediation and had people there trying to get conversation with the owners of base and the neighbors. It kind of blew up because there was so much anger involved, unfortunately, but I've spent many long hours on this. And I really appreciate how the owners of this business have tried to do whatever they've tried to do, but I resent the implication that the neighbors have lied, that we've been racist, that we've, all the things that they've suggested. I live half a block from this location. I too, when the wind is just right, smell the smells. I see the traffic problems. I see the parking. It's a problem. I haven't made complaints personally, but I don't deny that the people who have made them honestly. I've seen the evidence myself. I am sorry that they lost a key client, and I am sorry that they've made unfortunate business decisions, but I do not believe the county bears the responsibility for any of that. There are many companies that make bad business decisions or have clients that they lose, and it's not happy, but this idea that there is $959,000 that somehow we have to be responsible for helping them recoup is, I say, ridiculous. It was $20,000 on the application was shown, as I understand it, was the investment they needed to make in this site, and there should have been plenty of time to recoup that investment. I hear now that $280,000 have gone into this site.
Thank you. We have to wrap
Certainly
up.
all that other money that went into the other sites had nothing to do with this. So I'm
Okay.
in favor, obviously, of.
Are there any other speakers? Ms. Kay, we heard from you quite a bit earlier. Do you have something new to if you add?
My name's been used, I'd like to say something.
I'll give you the 2 minutes, but that we have to close the public hearing after that.
We should not forget, when base came there, it was zoned C1. And it wasn't base's fault that they didn't fit in the community. It was a hole in the county's ordinances which didn't require a business license, and had there been a business license, they would have found out the scale of cooking. So that was told to me by Mr. Egemeyer, who I think is still on county staff. And as far as I'm looking at this big Cisco truck, it's still legal. Mr. Fish told LinkedIn that we were illegally zoned. We weren't illegally zoned at the time he did that. He made a lot of other statements apparently to LinkedIn. So we've never had a fair shake, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
So, Mike, could we have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Second. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I thank my colleagues for taking all that testimony. So we now turn it to the board. You want to start, Mr. Slocum?
Thank you very much. I'm just curious if Mr. Monowitz has anything to add after all that testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity. I guess the main point I'd like to make is to respond to the allegation that there's been false complaints or false claims. I think Ms. Kaplan explained some of the difficulties we had in terms of trying to determine whether or not the alleged violations were truly occurring. So that we had some challenges in terms of finding evidence in support of the claim. We have issued citations at the property for violations of the odor requirement, and it has been an ongoing enforcement problem that the department has had to deal with. Although we have issued very few citations, I think that the nature of the complaints we've received have been genuine in terms of the residents of the neighborhood truly feeling the impacts of the business.
Thank you. Other questions?
I guess one of the concerns I have, we're getting this information today. I take that back. I got it Friday with the amortization schedule and all the backup material. The problem is, since Friday, we haven't gotten anything that actually validates that information. There's no tax returns that have been given us so it can validate these numbers. There's, we have no invoices showing the purchases of this equipment. Pardon me?
It's not
Well,
time for
if
the
you
public
had-
to speak. It's the board's opportunity to speak.
Sir,
you have
can
to.
I finish my statement?
We've given you opportunity to speak. It's time for the board to speak.
Nothing has been submitted to us other than what we have in front of us. So that's what I'm taking into consideration is what I actually have in front of us. And so I guess if I were you, I would have submitted those validated pieces of information, and we don't have those today. So
Again, sir, it's
Sir,
not
this isn't a
time to
debate.
do that. It's time for. Okay.
Anyway, that's what I'm struggling with here today. We get these things, but we have no idea. At the Planning Commission, they didn't get any information to validate anything. So I struggle with that in being able to go ahead and let this continue, because I think there's been plenty of time to validate the submittals you gave us on Friday, which is still a couple days if you had all the information. So I'm just not comfortable believing all these numbers. They may be absolutely correct, but I don't know that. So.
President Pine, I just make a comment that I think this picture down on the lower left with all those trucks says it all. This is an industrial kitchen, and I think it's just gone on way too long. And I'm personally kind of embarrassed that it's gone on way too long. It's just too bad. I mean, I have to give Ms. Perez Negron a lot of credit for it. Really a remarkable business, but it really belongs in some kind of a warehouse or industrial area. It does not belong in a residential neighborhood. You just look at all those trucks, and I'm sure that's not all the vehicles that this business operates. In any case, it's just gone on way too long.
Other comments?
I'm ready to make a motion if.
I'm ready to second it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Let me see if I can get this right, Mr. Byers, Mr. Niblin. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution requiring that the non-conforming commercial use at 3821 Fair Oaks Avenue, County File PLN 2012-00315, be converted to a permitted use by no later than May 10th, 2015, pursuant to Section 6134 of the San Mateo County Ordinance Code by adopting the required findings contained in Attachment A.
Well done.
Thank you. Now, did you want me to read number 2? I'll read it.
Go ahead and read it. Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. But, yeah.
Approve a zoning text amendment to amend section 6134.1 of the zoning ordinance to include the following language. Continuation of non-conforming uses. Yeah. And I think that's it. Is it not?
Yes.
That's my motion.
And you have
Second.
seconded that motion?
Second.
The motion is made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I would just like to make one comment too that, I gotta say, I don't really feel good about the whole situation here. It's gone on for so long. I just gotta think there's a better way of dealing with this next time. And I think that we need to try to, in some form or fashion, kind of learn from how this transpired. you know, the fact that this business was allowed in the beginning was a concern. And then once the problem emerged, it has been a torturous process for everyone involved to get to the point we are today. And I just got to think that we can do better. So I think it's worthy of some reflection about how we deal with these kind of matters. I hope we can learn from it.
So perhaps, Mr. President, we could ask the county manager and Mr. Monowitz and others to put their heads together. I think part of the issue was on the front end of the process. Right. And maybe, you know, through a lean process or whatever process, we might recalibrate and re-engineer that process so that we do exactly what so we don't repeat these defects in the future. That would be greatly appreciated.
So unless there's other comments, we will adjourn the meeting today. Thank you.
Board members' reports?
Oh, I apologize. It's been a draining day. So at the end of each meeting, we do have board member reports, and we will go ahead and have those now. Mr. Horsley.
Well, in the interest of brevity, just to tell you, one of them with the RCD recently received a grant for $3.872 million to provide. It's actually drought relief. It's actually for the entire watershed in the southern part of the county. And you may have seen there was a newspaper article that talked about how south part of San Mateo County is really suffering from the drought. I won't tell you all the details of that particular, but we're really pretty proud of the fact that it was both our Parks Department and my office worked with the RCD to get that grant. And the other is that I just wanted to share some photographs of, I told you last board meeting that we were working on a project of farm labor housing. We actually completed it. And I just wanted to, it was at the Oku Nursery, and it's basically about 20 people living there. There were 4 mobile homes and 6 farm labor families. And the people who worked on this project with rebuilding together were actually staff from the Oku Nursery, as well as Steve Oku and his family, his extended family. It was a team from the Sheriff's Work Program. Actually, they were the best that rebuilding together has ever worked with, and there were boys from Camp Glenwood. I think we should all be proud of that. There was Puente de la Sur volunteers, Stanford students from the Branner Service Scholars Program, and of course Rebuilding Together's staff. And there's a picture of my office staff because they were out there too painting. And I'll share the photos with you later. But it goes to show, it shows you how at the beginning and to the end, it did a great job.
Yeah, that was an exciting project, but I'm not going in the building you worked on, man.
That's a wise decision on your part.
I just wanted to briefly commend the Health Department and the Human Service Agency on their continued good work for ACA enrollment. There was an enrollment event on Saturday in Millbrae, which town of Millbrae also was a great partner and had a lot of people show up. So, we kind of set the standard in the state in the last enrollment period, and we may very well do that again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an adjourn in memory of Thomas Bryan. He passed away Sunday, November 9th in San Ramon. He's survived by his wife, Susan Snell of Danville, and his 2 sons, Sean and Kyle. He earned his undergraduate degree in engineering at Penn State and spent 18 years working for General Electric, but he moved west in 1997 to marry his wife, Susan. He completed his MBA at Cal State Hayward. He spent 14 years working at the Metropolitan Transportation Commission as a data analyst. He had a passion for writing. He even had a short play produced at the Claremont Hotel in 2010. He enjoyed traveling, and he was also a generous donor of his blood and now finally his organs. He was interested in U.S. history and enjoyed taking long walks in nature. He could always be counted on to deliver a pun, reflecting his sense of humor. He was an avid Pittsburgh Steelers fan, though. We'll forgive him for that. But he was very generous with his time and talent, so he will be sorely missed.
Thank you. Supervisor,
Thank you.
welcome.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Reina Ferralis of the County Manager's Office. Recently, as you all know, we had the Veterans Summit, and I thought it was a great success. It was an honor to participate in that. I'm looking forward to the findings, but I think Reina did a really amazing job, as did the committee, fleshing out some of the data and then actually hosting the event. And so, Raina, if you're listening, thank you.
Could I make one more comment? I saw that picture in the paper this morning of Supervisor Groom and Supervisor Horsley hosting the Coastal Commission. Could you please expand on that for us, Dawn? No, it was great. I think that was really nice that this first time they've been here at our county and been hosted by us, and so that was great that you hosted a reception all for them.
All of the caterer, what we asked them to do is to serve locally produced food, and they did. They actually saved fish from our Pillar Point Harbor, and they had Brussels sprouts and artichokes and things like that. So it was great.
I could get them to explain it.
All right, on that note, then, we will adjourn. Oh, neat.